Good afternoon, everyone. We're going to get started. It's 4:30 on the dot. I'd like to call the regular meeting of the Board of Trustees to order. Today is Wednesday, August 28th at 4:30, and we're going to have roll call. Madam Secretary, please.
Here. Vivian Malauulu.
Here.
Uduak Joe Intuk. Doug Otto. Sunny Zia.
Here.
All right, at this time, are there any public comments on closed session items? Madam Secretary, did anyone submit a card to you in closed session?
There are no comments.
All right, thank you very much. We are going to go into item 1.4, which is a conference with real property negotiators pursuant to Government Code 54956.8. And then after that, we'll go into item 1.5, personnel, pursuant to Government Code Section 54957. At this time, we will recess to closed session. Thank you. All right. All right, if everyone can please take your seats, we'd like to get started. It's 5:35 and we'd like to start on time, please. Welcome, everyone. All right, so we're going to jump right into item 2.1, reconvene open session. It is now 5:35. I'd like to call this regularly scheduled meeting to order. And student trustee Donnell Jones, welcome. We've missed you. Can you please lead us in the flag salute?
Sure, thank you. Please stand. Place your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, could you please take roll?
Virginia Baxter.
Here.
Vivian Malauulu.
Here.
Uduak Joe Intuk.
Here.
Doug Otto.
Here.
Sunny Zia.
Here.
And Donnell Jones.
Here.
Okay, at this time, I'd like to report on closed session items. We did have 2 items during closed session, and one of those items has to be continued to a second closed session. Lucky us at the end of this meeting. So with regard to item 1.4, conference with our attorneys regarding real property negotiations, the board met with its legal counsel in closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8. Direction was provided to the district's legal counsel. And with regard to item 1.5, personnel, we will continue that in a second closed session at the conclusion of this meeting. At this time, we will have public comment on agenda items, and we do have 5 speakers. So if you can kindly line up there at the podium when I call your name, that would be awesome. Susan Trask, Nida Tushnet, Steve Askin, Thomas Hamilton, and Rena Fang. Welcome. Please state your name and the item that you are here to speak on.
Let me take a pause.
Is your mic on?
Pardon?
Is your mic on?
Yeah, okay, 4.12. I've written this little, what am I going to say about 500 times since last Friday? I support you all, love you all. You're all passionate. Sunny and Vivian, equally passionate, different ways. I know you're both dedicated to the campus, the students, the community, and what's going on just breaks my heart. It hurts deeply. And so I just have some questions. I know you can't answer them now, but maybe they'll be brought up later. What exactly does censoring mean, and what does it entail? Has it happened before at Long Beach City College? And how long is it in effect for? How does this affect accreditation, our students, staff, and community? I just want to say that I'm sure that we're all different. There's a lot of truths here. There's a lot of different faiths and religions and way of being. We all hear things differently, but I think we all come here with a common purpose, and that's to do the best we can for our students. And the college has just been wonderful these last few years under Dr. Romali's loving, kind ways, and it's just, I was so excited, and then this crash happened. So I'm just hoping that we can take this opportunity that this crisis has brought us to and show people how to make amends and work together, even when we have differences. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name's Nada Tushnet, and I'm very short. So I'm here to speak on item 4.12. I actually watched the entire board meeting. I was doing other things during most of it, but I did tune in, and my impression was that it began with an honest effort to clarify something very confusing, and it was confusing, and then it went off the rails. I think censure is an extreme statement to make about anyone, particularly, again, I've read the letters both from both sides, and I know that Trustee Zia has asked to apologize and to take any training that is required, and also to participate in a full board retreat. Watching the dynamic of the board, I think the full board retreat is what should be done, and I think censure should be taken off the table, and you should work in private with a facilitator to resolve what seem to be pretty deep differences that sort of pop up in weird ways during a meeting. So please vote against censure and go into a board retreat with a facilitator. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Steve Askin. I'm also here to speak about item 4.12. I appreciate what the previous speaker said, but I am going to add something that relates to the legal obligations of each of the 5 board members. I'm an LBCC parent. I'm also a member of the LBUSD Special Ed Advisory Committee. And as a parent, I really wish that the main reason I was here was to thank this great board for reinstating career education and for providing excellent support for disabled students. However, unfortunately, I'm here instead with a lesson in English language and constitutional law regarding Trustee Malulu's motion to censure a fellow trustee for blasphemous behavior. And saying I'm here to teach a little bit about that, I am neither an English teacher nor a lawyer, so I'm a layperson speaking about this. But first, the English language. Merriam-Webster defines blasphemy as the act of insulting or showing contempt or lack of reverence for God, not for another human being. A Jew quoting the Christian scriptures during an argument might have been censured or worse for blasphemous behavior, which is what the resolution leads off with in medieval Europe, but never in America today. Second, the Constitution. The Supreme Court, and I'm going to urge each of you to look at this before you vote if this resolution remains on the floor, the Supreme Court long ago ruled very specifically that the leaders of an education agency, in this case it was the Education Commissioner of the State of New York, may not, in the course of official business, act against something called blasphemy. I've brought for each trustee copies of the relevant US and California Supreme Court decisions to read before you vote. If there's somebody I can hand this to, each of you can have a copy. Now, in the modern world, I want you to think about this. In the modern world, only theocracies, such as the land of Trustee Zia's birth, Iran, ever take action against a supposed offense called blasphemous behavior. So I'm here to ask two things, and specifically I'm addressing this primarily to the board president and also to Trustee Zia. First, for the board president, you need to rule out your own motion. You need to recognize that it's out of order as an offense against the First Amendment, which unfortunately is what it is, though I know you didn't intend that. Second, you and Trustee Zia and the rest of the board should sit down with each other in private, apologize to each other if necessary, and get back to the work for which I very much thank both of you, namely continuing to make sure that our city college remains an outstanding provider of career education.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, President Malauulu and President Romali, Board of Trustees, and guests. My name is Thomas Hamilton. I worked in the college for 20 plus years. And during those years of service with the college, the priority has always been student success. And I think that maybe we've got off track as far as like what it is our priority is, because we all know that if we didn't have any students, none of us would be here today. And let's just look at the things that we've accomplished lately. We've had an increased enrollment. We've had the largest graduation class in years. After the debacle in 2013 with the discontinuance, we've now re-implemented and trades are back to the college. And one of the big things as far as on a personal matter is that College Day was held at the PCC campus this year. And adding to that, and now the possibility of having free 2-year college education for students is like the cherry on the top of the whipped cream. Okay, when we're focused on the job at hand that we're supposed to do, these are the things that we've accomplished in less than a year. So my question to you tonight is what we're doing tonight serve the best interest of our students and the community and the public that live within the community? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
I have to read from a script because I have ADD and I tend to veer off. It's my favorite. Hi, President, Trustee Malauulu, Trustee Board members, President Asim Romali, VPs, and Senate. My name is Rena Pang. While I am an employee in Life Art LBCC, today I speak as a constituent of Area 3. I reside at 700 East Ocean Boulevard, 90802. There's no party afterwards, guys. I contemplated about speaking up in regards to an article that came from the Long Beach Post, August 23rd. I was actually at this board meeting, and it was one of the rare ones that I actually attended, and I was like, whoa. And I don't, like, I'm outspoken, but I don't really, like, you know, get involved. So I'm here tonight. I want to get involved. So this is in regards to August 23rd, the post that went out, because now it's public, and now I feel like, okay, the public should be informed, and I like that, because I feel like if you don't know the information, you can't make an informative decision to go forth and then continue on with your own decision. So this is in regards to board members' behaviors and treatments of others. The leadership on the dais sets the tone for the level of professionalism at LBCC. You're our pretty and smart faces that represent your constituents and what the community sees in regards to LBCC. The cattiness, the bullying, the quid pro quo, the one up is not a good look for you at our college, and you guys lead by example. I've been here for 15 years. I trust you guys. I started as a student, and I'm still going to go for it. Right? So if this is how you conduct business, how do you expect your employees to meet the goals of the college and student success if no one believes in teamwork, professionalism, and self-discipline? And that applies to every one of us in here. I used to be proud of this dream team and would say, if they made baseball cards for public officials, I definitely would want an autograph card of each trustee. And I still do. Because I believe that what you guys will choose is reflection over retaliation. right? I implore you to self-reflect in regards to why you choose to be a public official and continue to serve hard, altruistically, kind, professional, truth-seeking, uncensored, and the right, even if others will be disappointed. And thank you for serving us. It's no easy task, and I thank you for your time, and I hope for the positive change. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank all of you for your comments, and thank you all for being here today. We do listen, and we do appreciate you being here. At this time, we're going to go to item 2.6, approval of minutes of the July 24th, 2019 regular Board of Trustee minutes.
So move.
All right, we have a motion and a second on the floor to approve those minutes. Are there any discussions on the minutes? Is there any discussion? All right, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. We'd like to move on to item 2.7, Superintendent President Report. Dr. Romali, take it away.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to recognize a wonderful professor who is retiring. She couldn't join us today, Dr. Lynn Shaw, who's been with us for 19 years. She's an electricity professor, a professor of kinesiology, an FA president, director of technology education, and an interim dean. She's also been a teacher at Cal State Long Beach, and she was on loan to the chancellor's office for a while. That's how proudly she served us. So congratulations, Dr. Shaw. I'd like to encourage you, another smash-up job from Team Josh and Marinda Martin and the whole Stacy Toda and the whole communications team. You've got to pick up a campus community. We encourage you to hear all the great news about Long Beach City College. I want to welcome everyone back to the new year. We are so glad to start this semester. And to get you in the right mood, we're going to queue up what else at Long Beach City College? A couple of videos. Uh-oh, sound. Dario, we're missing the sound. Dario, we're missing the sound on it. Yeah, you try. Perhaps before we start the second one, we'll do the slides while you're working on the audio there. That'll give you a chance to buy some time there. Okay, great. Before we get into the second one, we'll give the team a chance to fix the audio because it's a super video. We want you to hear everything that is said. I want to announce some wonderful things. President Malauulu, you teased it last night in a wonderful way. We've got things that are totally incredible to tell you tonight. When we announced our graduation figures, we were purposely conservative. We looked at historical trends in fallout, whether that be a grade failure or a grade change, and so we estimated a little low, but we can now announce formally, now that the numbers are in, that we have the largest graduating class in LBCC history. And if we go to the next, yes. Now, if we go to the next slide, you're going to see what that's made up of. We have an increase in ADT awards by approximately 29%. In 16-17, we had 753. Last year, we increased it to 961, or an increase of 28%. This year, we increased it to 1243, an increase of 29%. Now, what makes that particularly meaningful is that's a 26% increase in degree attainment for Hispanic Latino students. It's a 41% increase in degree attainment for African American students and an 11% increase for Asian students. Now, this is absolutely tremendous. I would challenge anyone to look at that kind of a track record nationwide. It's absolutely unheard of. You'll see movement in the single digits. What this is the entire team, Long Beach City College, coming together, classified, faculty, senates, unions, administrators, our community, our board of trustees coming together for one goal only. This is the number that I judge my performance by. What is my job? To get students across the stage. What is our job? To get students across the stage. How we do it might be a little different. We might have different jobs, but we have the same goal, so I'm so excited by this. On the next slide, we've had other successes. If you look at the total number of associate's degree awards, you will see that we have increased 25%, another unheard of number. In 16-17, we had 683. We went down a smidge in 17-18, 23 to a negative 3%. In 18-19, we went up 25%. But what's blowing it all out of the water is our certificates. We increased 397%. We started in 16-17 with 219, a small increase in 17-18 for 4%, but, well, non-believers, here we go. We increased 1,195 certificates last year for an increase of 397%. So that's just absolutely unheard of. We are on a rock and roll train, and we are not stopping until we achieve world domination. I'm not competitive. But we did it. All within, we settled 3 union contracts peaceably that were happy with our unions and our board. On the next slide, you will see that we also saved LBCC a potential cut to our budget of $10.7 million with extreme and heavy lobbying of Sacramento with my colleagues and all of the people that helped. Jeff Wood, you were instrumental in this savings. I like to call you the $10 million man. We also, Mrs. Drinkwine, you're the $11 million woman and the $6 million woman, and maybe that makes you bionic. We decreased the $11 million deficit from last year. The $6 million operating deficit for this year generated $6 million in positive fund balance without any layoffs and without any rancor. Now, I'm not saying that those budget cuts were fun and everybody just was singing and dancing, but we did it as a team. Now, this upcoming academic year on the next slide is so exciting. It's getting off to a great start. We had a fantastic college day at PCC, highest attendance that we've had so far. The tour of the trades was phenomenal. We are up in enrollment for the first time since fall of, I believe, 16 or 15, 5.7%. This is an incredible team effort from virtually everyone within the organization. There has been no stone left unturned with our improvements to our organization. We are going to be groundbreaking soon on our PCC parking structure that's absolutely gorgeous. And we used savings from this year's State of the College event, technology expenses, to fund the seating of the opening of a multicultural office and an office of basic needs that will serve our students who are hungry and who have transportation needs, thanks to more members of this board who came forward with ideas for transportation and for housing, and for our homeless students. And last, but most certainly not least, the trades are back. I want to thank Jean Carbonaro, Anthony Pagan, and the whole team for putting together a tremendous, they redesigned every single curriculum. We've got new curriculum in electrical technology, welding technology, advanced automotive technology, advanced manufacturing, you name it. This is the place to be, in case it's not just dramatically obvious. Viking football, well, they're not gonna allow something to happen around here without them doing something right. They're kicking off on September 14th. I want you to be at that home opener against Mount Sac. Guess what? Students, faculty, staff, and a guest, you're going for free. Game starts at 6. Congratulations to Cordoba Corporation's Terrence DeGray. We all know him and love him. He is the recipient of the Construction Management Association of America's Mehdi Hadari CCM of the Year Award. We're excited that our own team members are being recognized on a national level. We want to welcome our new foundation director and thank our foundation for the wonderful selection of Paul Kaminsky, who was recently selected as the executive director. Don't forget, September 10th, there is a Long Beach Community Job Fair from 10 to 2 at Vets Stadium. We're going to be hosting over 100 direct hire employers. Guess what? There's going to be over 2,000 job seekers there. Get there, get a job. Now, we're going to bring up one last video. I think we might have some luck with the audio. Daria. How cute.
So we're out today on the first day of school, first day of classes here at Long Beach City College, and we're excited. So we're gonna just get out and take a look and see what's going on, making sure that our students here, our new student Vikings, are very well taken care of. Let's see what happens. All right, so first day, what do you think so far?
I think it's really nice. I like how it's really clean. I was just looking for like a nearby college and I saw that it's really nice and the environment looks like really friendly, so I decided to apply here.
So the Outreach Department is here to help all of our students with our Ask Me booths on both campuses. So it's definitely a place to stop and really get all your questions answered.
Hey, let me ask you something. Ask Me, what do you do for the campus on the first day? How does this work?
It was just a way of getting the students who need direction to say, hey, let's ask him. And so that's what we do.
What advice would you give a first-time enrollee and or a returning student?
I would say that this is the first day of the rest of your life. We believe in you. You have a full campus community supporting you. So don't hesitate to stop to ask any of us on the faculty or staff. We want to make sure that you're going to be successful.
Anything else you want to add?
Definitely take a breath. It may seem overwhelming, but as long as you're breathing and you're sure of your steps, you should be fine.
Is there anything else you'd like to add?
Go Vikings.
I would like to say go Vikings!
Yay. That was great. Thank you so much, Dario. You're awesome. So I just want to say thank you to everyone, to our community, to our board, to our faculty, classified staff, our CHI. I see Karen out there in the audience, our administrators. All of this happens because of you. We're going to focus on student success this year like we do every year. I'm so excited. And I'm getting all kinds of texts from the football team right now. So I'm laying down the gauntlet to Coach Peabody to bring home a win on September 14th. So let's bring it on home. Go Vikings. And that concludes my report, Madam President.
That was an awesome report. Thank you very much. And I'm glad you replayed it because I was going to ask you once we got the audio to replay it again. So I would like to comment on Jerome's journalistic debut. I know Jerome is in the back working the screen, so he's not going to turn it into a selfie. But when you see him around campus, it's customary for the camera person to stay behind the scenes. It's very unusual to have the camera person go out into the field with a microphone and ask such excellent questions, Jerome. So great job. You make us very proud. Thank you very much. Dr. Romali, I have one question on slide 6 of your report. Is it possible to bring that slide back up? Okay, I just have a question. I don't see it on my screen. I don't know if it's, Dario, is it coming up?
Is that the one the upcoming year?
I think it's slide 6. Let's see. Yes. So I have a question regarding the opening of the multicultural office, the funding. You mentioned that was, and by the way, if you missed the State of the College event that we had in July, you missed a very special event. We've talked about it at the July meeting, but you mentioned that was funded through savings from State of the College. I just want some clarity. Is the foundation still funding the State of the College?
Yes, they absolutely are. They have been a tremendous, tremendous supporter of the college. Typically in the past, the foundation has been extremely generous with us, and they've given us approximately $50,000 for the State of the College. We wanted to challenge ourselves this year. We wanted to be able to save the foundation the money so that they could then drive that money back into student success, which they're so wonderful at doing. So we challenged ourselves to get down under that $50,000 number, and I made a commitment out of my funds that anything we saved, I was gonna put towards, out of my account in the college, toward the opening of a multicultural office and Office of Basic Needs. So that kept us inspired when we were getting very tight with our pencil, and it allowed the foundation to use a couple bucks fewer to drive that back towards students, and we're super proud of that.
Okay, so just to be clear, the multicultural office and the Office of Basic Needs is being funded by the foundation?
No, it's being seeded by the general fund, and it will be paid for the general fund, and potentially some grant money as well, perhaps SEEP equity dollars as well.
Okay, got it. I just want to make sure we're not putting the wrong information out there. So the money that was saved by having a smaller, more intimate State of the College event is going to stay with the foundation. It'll go back to the foundation and remain there for the foundation's use, which typically it's scholarships and faculty scholarships and staff at staff request. But the opening of the multicultural office and the Office of Basic Needs will come from Dr. Romali's fund.
Either operational dollars, whether they be operational general fund dollars, or probably some money coming also from SEEP or equity dollars, a variety of places probably.
Okay, got it. Thank you for clarifying that. Sure. All right, anyone else on Dr. Romali's report?
Yes, Trustee Malauulu, President Malauulu, I just want to leave this slide up. I want to make an observation. I'm very pleased, and I'll speak for myself, that we're having an Office of Basic Needs. But one of the things that drove Trustee Zia and I toward helping homeless students was the first couple of students we helped were in the electrical vehicle program. And that program was discontinued. And so there's a real correlation, I believe, between the trades and homeless students having opportunities. And matter of fact, one of the young ladies that we helped, she's actually working for Danny Tan at the Pacific Coast campus, and she better be enrolled in those electrical vehicle classes. She was in the regular automotive program. So I just wanted to show that there was a correlation between the two, and I'm very pleased that we're doing both.
Thank you very, very much, Dr. Baxter. Anyone else on Dr. Romali's wonderful report and those great, great numbers? All right, let's move on to item 2.8, ASB President Report. Welcome. We've been anxiously anticipating your first report.
Hello, hello. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good evening to everyone. I'd like to begin my report by reintroducing myself. My name is Alyssa Taneza Jones, and I'm the new ASB President for the school year. Firstly, on Friday, August 23rd, the ASB Cabinet and I were able to attend College Day at PCC, and we're happy and excited to visit the various trades that our school has to offer. So thank you to Superintendent President Romali for the invitation to the rest of my cabinet. I know they were really excited for it. This Monday kickstarted our fall semester, and we're currently hosting our week of welcome to help our students get acclimated to the new semester. These past 2 days, many of us cabinet members were at both campuses handing out coffee and donuts to help introduce ourselves and get the word out for our upcoming special elections. With all of that being said, I'd like to end my report by saying that my cabinet and I are excited to have started the school year not only as students, but also as leaders. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I know that you had previously spoken to the board when you were introduced, so it was really nice to actually have a report of some of the activities. And I'm sure ASB is anxious to get started with the school year and all the activities you have planned. So welcome. We look forward to working with you. We're going to move on to item 2.9. Student trustee Donnell Jones, your report, please.
All right. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for joining us this evening. Thank you for those who came out and, again, for participating, as always. We appreciate that. Summer has been great. Really pleased to hear about the success of the Voyager program here and the work that is being done there for the bridge students coming in, as well as the opportunity for a lot of our students to step up as peer mentors and to work with some of our incoming students. I think that's a really great opportunity to help our incoming students get acclimated, but also our students that are here kind of step up and take on some leadership and to earn some income in the process. I think that was a tremendous idea. Also, I wanted to report back my summer in Purdue University conducting research. Had a great opportunity to work with Dr. Patricia Bowling, who works in policy research, and together we were able to put together a research design that looked at the issue of food insecurity, and specifically for me, my interest is looking at food insecurity and how it's experienced by our students within the community college sector, which seems to be missing from the literature. So I'm excited to see that going forward, especially with all the changes that we've been making here to address this issue, with the food pantry and the homeless task force, all the work going forward. So I'm hoping that the research that I do going forward will be able to help contribute to those efforts to make sure that all of our students are served equally and equitably. And in closing, I had the opportunity to attend College Day and the Week of Welcome, and I'm looking forward to doing more and advocating on behalf of our students moving forward.
Very good. Thank you, student trustee Donnell Jones. Item 2.10, LBCCFA Bargaining President Report. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. Board President Malauulu, board members, President Superintendent Romali, and others. This week is the first week of the academic year. There has been a palpable energy and excitement on campus by students, faculty, and the campus community. College Day was a true celebration, a culmination of everyone's hard work. Enrollment is up, recruitment, but in particular, from the high schools with full-time student enrollment, and graduation rates have increased. I would like to acknowledge that none of this could have been done without the hard work of our campus community and the leadership of our President Superintendent, Dr. Romali. Everyone pulling together for our students. Faculty has been hard at work all year trying to redesign coursework to meet the requirements of AB 705. Math boot camps were created to assist students during the summer. Counselors were teaching orientation and career exploration classes. And how could I not mention, but my personal favorite, the trades are back. All of this took time, devotion, and the professionalism of faculty and others. Now faculty is excited to implement the fruits of their work and inspire our students. Last May, we were pleased to have 33 faculty enter the ranks of tenured status. and have had the pleasure of hiring 14 new faculty members. FA offered presentations to the new faculty at their orientation and is busy engaging our faculty, new and old, in leadership positions, giving a direct voice in how faculty success is student success. I would now like to introduce Dr. Alma Bochua, who is in her second year at the college and is the probationary faculty representative and holds a seat on our executive board. Alma's position requires her to reach out to our new faculty and assist them in any way she can in helping them to be successful. She will attend a few College Culture Fridays, sharing her experience of her first year at Long Beach City College and explaining the steps of the tenure review process from the faculty perspective. So now let me introduce Dr. Alma Bochua from the Anthropology Department and our probational faculty rep.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. Diane just wants me to tell you a little bit about myself in terms of, well, you already know my department is anthropology. Some of the classes that I teach are our most popular: magic, witchcraft, and religion, and cultural anthropology. I'm a cultural anthropologist by trade. I've taught several places back east before I came to the west. I taught at Howard University, University of Maryland, Baltimore County, Purdue University, DePauw University, which is a small liberal arts college. Then I was called to community college, and I went to Arizona, and I taught at Paradise Valley Community College, which is part of the 10-year community college Maricopa system. And then I made up my mind, I don't want cold weather anymore, so it's either going to be California or Arizona, and Arizona wasn't working. So when I saw this job, I applied, and that was the best thing that ever happened to me. I mean, I'm not telling you just because this is your school, but this is the best place for me to be because I'm committed to colleges that are about student-centered environments. That's what I like. I like dealing with students and the whole education process. Now, Diane wants also for me to tell you how I got interested in anthropology. It was actually through an archaeological project in New York, very close to the World Trade Center, some years ago, and it was called the African Burial Ground Project. And during the process of building a government office at 290 Broadway, very close to Wall Street, they did a historical investigation and found out that it had been an African burial ground, a burial ground for people of African descent during the 1700s, from 1703 to 1794. Well, once they found out that it had been in use, they had to do a core sample. They found intact burials. There had been at least 10 to 20,000 people of African descent buried there in the 1700s, and then they did a full excavation, and part of my job was to do public education, very similar to teaching. And we talked about the history, we kept the project going, and now it is a national historic monument right now. And that's what really got me into anthropology. And I had to go back to school. I had to, just switch careers. And it was probably the best thing I ever did. So thank you for listening, and glad to be here.
Thank you very much. Thank both of you. All right, we'll go to item 2.11, the AFT bargaining report. There you go. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam President and Board of Directors and Superintendent Romali, and others. We wanted to say we were really happy to be working with Dr. Romali in her task force for race and equity. We feel this is a positive step for all the employees for the college that we have a safe and have a good workforce and environment to work in. We also think this also will benefit the student population as well, since we all know we have a very diverse population. So any kind of training the staff and the whole college gets, it ends up being for our students in the long term. I also wanted to bring up on a minor note that the AFT union always supports benefits for all our employees. I know you have an item coming up later. I just want to state that AFT supports all members of the people who work for the college to have health insurance and health benefits, and we want to support that as much as we can to all our employees. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you very much. Item 2.12, the Certificated Hourly Instructor Bargaining Report. Welcome.
Good evening, Superintendent President Umali and Board President Malauulu, Board of Trustees and guests. I want to start off first with a great big thank you to Dr. Scott. We had an amazing part-time faculty orientation, and as you know, last year, Dr. Scott decided that it would be best to have as many part-timers presenting on a panel as possible. And that is just a really great idea. It's so wonderful to be in a venue where we're hearing from our own part-time faculty about what they're doing in their classes. So, and thank you for being so inclusive of CHI as well. Thank you. As you've probably heard, we're going through a bit of a transition right now. I am stepping down. I've stepped down. I'm trying to step down. And we've extended the CHI Executive Board elections into the fall to give all part-time faculty an opportunity to become members of CHI and to put their name forward in the nomination process. So we will be having an election. And I think for those of you who taught part-time know this is just part of, you know, part-timers are not here a lot on campus. So, you know, what the union is doing is not always right on their radar. So, you know, we have a few people that I think are very interested. So just be, you know, patient with us, because I definitely think that we will have, you know, a regular report to the board as soon as the dust settles from everything. But I do want to reassure you that CHI is still a viable union, and we are here to, you know, support all our part-time faculty as reps with whatever is going on. And so I just want to reassure you about that. We are communicating with our members on a regular basis as well. So as you know, we are currently in negotiations with the district and also working with the district on a few issues as we do. There was a great turnout of part-time faculty at the College Day CHI meeting. And that was really great to see everybody turn out. I'm going to say, though, that there was one issue in particular that was really on everybody's mind. They didn't need any prompting from me at all. It just came up, and it was a big discussion. And that has to do with the fact that we're being asked to do mandatory training, sexual harassment update, without additional pay. And so we discussed that. I assured them that CHI will continue working with the district on this issue. It's not over yet, so for them to just hang in there. Another issue coming to the forefront that we're hearing about, and I don't know if it's true or not, and that is about classified staff being told they're no longer going to be allowed to teach part-time at LBCC. We went through this several years ago. And I remember the chaos, and finally the dust settled, and it seemed like it was all going to be just fine. So, I mean, I think this is a little bit frustrating to me, because we all know the reality of the budget. The budgets are made on the backs of part-time faculty. You know, we don't have health benefits. We come and we go. For most of us, you know, we're working 2 or 3 jobs just to make ends meet, essentially. And so I just think that if somebody's working in a classified position and they have their master's degree or a PhD, you know, why not let them teach? And I understand that it is, you know, a higher rate of pay. I do understand that, and that's probably one of the issues. But I'm willing to guess, I'm just guessing, I don't know for sure, that the combined income of a classified job plus the teaching at a higher rate is still probably less than the average income of full-time faculty. I know it's less than administrative pay. So I'm just, you know, here to kind of say, hopefully we can, you know, think outside the box about this when it comes to treating employees equitably and with their pay and so on. And speaking of that, there was a classified employee who teaches part-time, Beatrice Chernell, who could not make it tonight because she is teaching, and she asked me to read a statement. She said, before President Oakley left, he said it was a travesty that classified staff had been taken out of the classrooms because at one time he was classified and he supplemented his income with part-time teaching. He was supportive of our classified staff who had earned their graduate degrees. In fact, on this campus, classified staff have always been encouraged to grow and educate themselves, but for the district to decide once again that we can't teach part-time is like coming up against an invisible glass ceiling. Many people in our culture have to work 2 and 3 jobs to make ends meet. In addition, they might belong to more than one union. Other college districts like Los Angeles manages their dual assignments with no problem because they care about not limiting the potential and growth of their employees. I believe this is what a prized institution does. Choosing to balance the budget on those who are the lowest wage earners and the least powerful disunifies all of us by creating obstacles. It is like saying that classified staff can only serve in menial roles at the institution that they have come to admire. Many are also minorities who are desperately needed in the classroom as we try to model for our students what equity looks like. I hope you will reconsider this decision. And that's from Beatrice Chernell. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. I'll have you know, Karen, if I may, and I know it's not, you know, another non-customary item for me to respond, but yesterday we had a budget workshop. It lasted almost 4 hours, and we were here last night. And one of the items we talked about was, once again, discussing office hours for adjuncts. So it is something that is on our radar, and it's something that we've been working on. And I know that you've been trying to step down for a long time, but, you know, it might be divine intervention that you just never can. So think about that. Thank you, Karen. All right, we're going to go to item 2.13, reordering of the agenda. Are there any requests to reorder the agenda? All right, we're going to go to 3.1, board requests to superintendent president, status updates and additional requests. Dr. O'Malley?
Yes. I'd like to thank in particular Trustee Ntuk, who's been very helpful as we keep continuing to revise this and make it better and better. And what this does is each month we bring forward to the Board of Trustees a status of board requests that are either pending or completed. Last year, you will see a report that shows the completed board requests for last year. From 2018-2019, we had a total of 33 requests, 1 tabled and 1 canceled. And so there were a tremendous amount of achievements that the board achieved last year that I think they can be very, very proud of. This year we have the new requests. We have for 20 requests and 2 complete so far as we enter our new year. So we wanted to let you know about these items. We do need approval on these items to make sure that indeed they are the priorities that the board wishes to direct the superintendent and staff to work on. And also we continue to welcome improvement suggestions as we look for ways to make it better and more informative.
Thank you very much. This is an action item and discussion. Is there any discussion on Dr. O'Malley's board request presentation? Trustee Otto?
I at least have one question. According to this, in the summer of 2018, I requested a Discover Long Beach event to be held in my district, and there was a report that was apparently sent out, and it's 15 months later, and I still haven't have one that's scheduled, I think. So I wondered if there are other trustees in the same position. I just noticed this when I read this afternoon.
Good question, good question. I will check on that and get back to you. I know that Marcia Parker, our Senior Director of Communications and Community Partnerships, sent out a calendar and that she was going to schedule these and talk with each trustee. I will by all means find out where she is on that and get back to you.
Okay, great. And there was one other one that was involved a request of mine. Yeah, the tracking number is 181939. It was also in the summer of 18, and that was my request to prepare a scorecard that showed leading and lagging indicators as to how the college is faring against its strategic plan and enrollment management plan. It says that there was a presentation made in December of 2019. Is that a typo?
It was. It was either December or January. I forget which one it was, but there was a presentation by Heather. She created a scorecard, Heather Van Volkenberg, and presented it at a board meeting.
Okay, so but
I'll see if I can get a copy of that.
Yeah, but it wasn't. It's not upcoming. It's already been done.
It's already done, and our plan you're going to see tonight on an upcoming board agenda, and this was actually your wonderful idea, the scorecard. On an upcoming agenda, you're going to see a calendar of proposed presentations over the next year, and we liked your idea so much and it went so well that we're going to do it again with even more improvements for next year as a regular thing, and we'll do it at the end of each year to see how we did, good, bad, or otherwise at the end of each year, and you'll see one of those on the calendar for tonight.
Yeah, and then lastly, 1819-045 was a request to explore with the foundation the possibility that they fund student success initiatives, and it says that in March you went to the executive committee and the foundation agreed to fund $1,000 scholarships. What kind of activities are those?
Yes, John Philpa was in charge of that subcommittee of the foundation, and what happened is the foundation took a number of applications, and there were a variety of different objectives that were submitted by faculty and staff. They did send me a chart of so that I could vote on it, and what I did is I picked the ones that I thought were the most interesting, and they did award them, but I haven't gotten the award sheet yet, so I don't know who the winners were. I don't want to announce them unless they maybe weren't in the winning pile. But I will be happy to see if we can get that and provide that to you.
Great. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Baxter and then student trustee.
I just wanted to report that my area event, I just pulled it up on my calendar. Hold on a second. My phone went to sleep. It went to sleep so much it isn't recognizing me. Here we go. My event is Wednesday, October 16th. So I don't know, Trustee Otto, if I'm the first, but I'm saying that in public because I know Josh is going to start working on it right now. So we have been scheduled. I just don't know when yours is.
Thank you. Student trustee?
Hi, just two really quick questions. First, thank you, Superintendent President Romali, for addressing the two issues that I did bring up here. It looks like the first one regarding the Guide for Homeless Student Resources was taken care of and completed. I had a question regarding the second request made in March of 2019. It looks like, and excuse me if this question has already been answered. I just didn't see anything, so if it's already been answered, please disregard. So 2027 and 2005 looks like they're on the agenda for action tonight.
Yes.
I just had a question. What happened with the suggested update to the the administrative regulation 7,000, section .6?
Which one was that?
Regarding the parking for the students, or specifically regarding if we can make any updates to allow overnight parking for our students, and I wasn't sure if that.
Which, do you have a number?
It's regulation 7,000.
Or do you have a number of the request?
It is the 1819-47.
47.
Yep. Third from the bottom.
Yes, it was, the legal opinion had been sought, and we brought those to the first reading at the May Board of Trustees meeting, and that motion A&R 7,000, are you referring to A&R 7,000.6?
Correct.
Was provided for information. The BP 2027, the motion failed. 2005, changes were recommended, and it has been brought back.
Right. So, yeah, I see that those 2005 and 2027 are both on the agenda for this evening, but I didn't see any update for 7,000.6. Was that addressed at another meeting, or?
06, Gene, do you know anything? Want to make?
You know, I do not recall that, and that process would have to go through PLC first before it comes back to the board, so we'd have to check to see where we are with that. Any changes to regulations would go to the President's Leadership Council first, and I'm not sure where we are in that process, but we can find out.
And I'll find out if it was on the board agenda. I'm showing it as complete, which means it would have either come to the agenda or it came to the agenda and failed, so I'll see if I can get that answer tonight at tonight's meeting.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments for Dr. Romali? Okay, so this is an action item. Dr. Romali, would you have us adopt or accept the list, or what would you have us do? What is the recommendation of staff?
Is it your recommendation, Mr. Lipton, that they have a vote to approve it? And then in the meantime, we'll get their question answered on the question that the student trustee had?
Yes, that would be appropriate if that was the board's pleasure to adopt or accept the material as presented by Dr. Romali.
Okay, so I don't think a motion to approve it would be in order, right? Because it is a fluid document and it's changing. So to adopt it or to accept it, do you have a preference?
Probably to accept it, meaning that's basically the board has received it and there hasn't been any other dissent or comments about it other than what was presented orally by the board. So I would recommend, if it was the board's pleasure, to accept it.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Lipton. Trustee Ntuk?
Yeah, looking through some of we used to have an agenda item where board members could ask to add an agenda item in the future that we no longer have on our agenda.
This is it. Yeah,
Right.
This is it.
And my understanding in the past, at least in fall semester of 2018, we voted on a number of them. So do we need to vote again, even though we've already voted to?
I think you are correct. In this motion, you can add additional requests. It's agendized as status updates and additional requests. So you may feel free at your pleasure to add items. And then if you want to add items, it needs the action, Mr. Lipton, of at least three, correct? If they add items. But there are items on here that are new, so I think we're going to need action to get votes to approve this and any potential new ones that may come from the floor. Because this is a report on the status as well as any requests that have come in after the last board meeting. Additional requests.
I'd like to make a distinction between the board making a request on the one hand and requesting an item be placed on the agenda, and they actually are two separate things. In response to Trustee Ntuk's comment, any trustee can request to have an item placed on the agenda for action, and that actually doesn't need to be on the agenda. Under the Brown Act, any trustee at any board meeting can ask for an item to be placed on a future agenda. But that's different if the request is to have staff write a report or engage in some activity that's going to take some effort on the part of staff. And if that's the case, that also could be a future agenda item, but that would require a vote of the board.
I guess just clarifying, the board had previously voted on some of the items. I'm not sure which ones we did not vote on, but, and I don't know if that's delineated in the list.
It's not.
Okay.
It's not. But there are new ones on there. So I do need a consensus to move forward with those.
Okay.
Okay, so at this time, I'll entertain a motion, whatever is the pleasure of the board regarding this item.
Move to a second.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded to accept Superintendent President Dr. Romali's status update and additional requests. Any discussion on this item? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? All right, the motion carries. We are moving on to item 4.1, Revised Board Policy and Administrative Regulation 2005, Student Member of the Board of Trustees. This is an action item that the board approve and adopt a revised board policy and administrative regulation regarding the student trustee. Dr. Romali, I will defer to you.
Just trying to get an answer to Trustee Jones's question. My apologies. Okay, the next item is for the student member of the Board of Trustees. And the proposed edit, this was requested by Trustee Donnell Jones, and he wanted to have the student be able to make and second motions, as well as cast an advisory vote on matters before the board, except for motions related to personnel and labor relations. And that the student member should not be allowed to attend closed session material, and it keeps it in philosophy, keeping with the campus's philosophy in participatory governance. So we are bringing that forward to you tonight for a reading. Is that action? It has already been for first reading, and we are looking at action this evening.
Okay, yes, this would be the second reading and action item. Do you have, Madam Secretary, do you have language for me to read out on the action item? All right, so then I will entertain a motion on this item.
So moved.
Second. It has been moved and seconded that the board approve and adopt the revised board policy and administrative regulation 2005 for student member of the Board of Trustees as submitted. Any discussion on this item? Student trustee?
I just wanted to thank Superintendent President Romali and the board for bringing this back for second reading, and hopefully that this passes. I thank you guys for your commitment and reaffirming your commitment to the philosophy of participatory governance. And I believe that this modification would allow for better representation of our student voices here at the board.
Trustee Antec?
Yeah, I just want to thank Trustee Jones for bringing this forward. I know this is a conversation I think we started last summer about reforming the student trustee role and then enhanced opportunities that are available in the Ed Code that we previously hadn't adopted. So I know the first reading was in summer vacation. I think we missed you, but I'm glad you're here for the second reading. And I think this, now allows the student trustee to vote before the rest of the trustees. So we have an idea on what's the student perspective before, plus some enhanced clarification and participation roles. And I guess my question, I don't know, Dr. Romali or who's appropriate. So this is a second reading, so it gets adopted tonight. Correct. Does it go into effect tonight, or does it go into effect next board meeting? And then does this make us go to roll call votes again to make sure we get the student trustee vote before the rest of us vote?
Mr. Lipton, may we inquire of you?
It's really up to the board as to when it should take effect. Unless the board indicates otherwise, any policy that is voted upon takes effect immediately. If that's not the intent of the board, then that should be made part of the motion.
Okay, as it stands, the motion is to approve and adopt the revised board policy, but it doesn't mention if it would go into effect immediately. Do any board members have any input or opinion on that? Student trustee, do you?
It would be great if it went into effect immediately. Again, in the spirit of participatory governance. However, if it is the board's pleasure to defer it to the next term, that would be amenable to.
Okay, thank you very much. I am amenable to whatever the board decides with that. I would like to say, Trustee Jones, that I do applaud you, and I know that we've had some very interesting discussions about the work and the changes that you've tried to bring forth, and I know that it hasn't been easy for you, so I appreciate that. And also, I'd like to thank Dr. O'Malley and the staff, because several times it took a little bit of extra work to do the research and to come back with information based on student trustees' requests and the questions that he had. So thank you all for working together to do this, and I think it is something very important to include our students in the shared governance process. So at this time, we do any additional discussion? We do have a motion and a second on the floor. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. Congratulations. Thank you. All right, item 4.2, revised board policy 2027, board member compensation. This is an action item that the Board of Trustees approve and adopt revised policy 2027, board member compensation as submitted. This was first read at the May 22nd meeting. It is now presented for approval. Is there a motion on this item?
So moved.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Student trustee?
Again, just in keeping with the last one, thanks again for Superintendent Dr. O'Malley, as well as the board for bringing this back again. One question I did have, if the board, if anybody on the board would like to make the motion to potentially increase the compensation for the student trustee to 50% of the current trustees' pay, which would be $200. And again, just as with the last one, because this is keeping with participatory governance and not, keeping with participatory governance, I would ask the board to consider this and potentially even defer it to the next term if need be, whatever the board would like to do.
Dr. O'Malley, I think that we've had a discussion on this and that the amount is set per the ed code. Is that correct?
Yes. The amount is set per ed code. That did come back. I believe that was the discussion at a previous meeting and that failed. And so we looked into it with the ed code, and it's per ed code.
Okay.
Is allowed I believe it is a 5% differential.
So there's no wiggle room for negotiation, although your effort is to be commended. We have to follow the ed code as it's prescribed, and there's just no wiggle room in what we can do. So thank you very much. Any additional discussion on the item? All right, at this time, I'd like to call for a vote. All those in favor? This is to, let's see, item 4.2, to accept the revised board policy 2027. Please say aye.
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 All those opposed? All right, the motion carries. Item 4.3, revised board policy on administrative regulation 2015, annual organization meeting and board officers. I'd like to, let's see. Okay, so per staff, we're going to pull items 4.3 and 4.7 because our legal counsel has advised us that we have a conflict in the date of the December 9th board meeting. That's December 9th, 2020. We actually cannot have the board reorganization meeting prior to the swearing in and oath of office that the county or the city have to certify elections. So that was something that was just brought to our attention by legal counsel today. So because item 4.3 and
Excuse
item...
me, President Malauulu?
Yes.
We would like to keep 4.7 and amend it. Pull 4.3, but you said pull both of them. You named them.
So
you're
yes,
going
when you and I spoke in the back, that was the agreement, but then I
No.
got this note after,
We're-
so I didn't know which one came first, because you
Yes,
and I
we
talked about
decided
that.
that we would pull the December off. We'll vote with it without December meeting, and we'll bring that meeting time back.
Got it, okay.
For
All right,
separate
so let me
action.
start over. Let me clarify, because we did have a discussion about this in closed session, and I was given a note, so I don't want to confuse anybody, so let's start all over. We are going to pull item 4.3, Madam Secretary, is that correct?
That's correct.
So we will table that to the September 11th meeting, just so the public is aware, and then we will keep item 4.7, but we will get to that when we get to that.
That's correct.
Any discussion on that?
I wanted to clarify that. We didn't discuss it in closed session. It came up.
Correct.
And there was information provided. It wasn't on the agenda.
Correct, you're right. It was not an agenda item. It was a staff information item per legal.
And the board didn't discuss it, and it would have been improper to report out what we didn't discuss.
You're absolutely right, Trustee Otto. Thank you for the procedural correction there. All right, so we're going to move on to any other discussion on tabling item 4.3? All right, item 4.4, new board policy 2034, committees on the board. This is a discussion and first reading.
Another quick point of order. Did you say that we're going to table it? Do I know I have to take a vote on tabling it?
We're pulling it, right?
We're pulling it. It will come
so
back.
you didn't mean table it. You mean we're just going to pull it?
Correct. Sorry, I misspoke. We are pulling. For the third time, let me start all over on that item. We want to make sure we get this right. I want to make sure that I get this right. So item 4.3 is being pulled from the agenda per staff and per legal, and we will continue. Thank you, Trustee Otto. Any additional discussion on that? Okay, I apologize. I'm working off of a couple of notes here, and I want to make sure that I report the right information, that I say the right information. Okay, are we good? Item 4.4, new board policy 2034, committees of the board. This is a discussion, non-action item, first reading. The new board policy is submitted for a first reading. It's recommended as a result of our ongoing review to ensure compliance with legal code and align with best practices. Does anyone have any discussion on new board policy 2034? Trustee Antec?
Yeah, I think this is a good thing. I think it gives us additional opportunities to have robust discussion, be able to categorize different areas and topics that we should talk about that may help shorten our board meetings down from 4 or 5 hours a session to more condensed time. Fingers crossed. But I'd love to see a policy committee. I know we have the facilities committee. Whatever other committees the board thinks that we should have, and I think it's a good opportunity. I know there's different structures of committees. Sometimes you can have one trustee and staff on a committee versus 2 trustees and staff, and so there's I've seen other districts have multiple configurations, but it sounds like this is just the beginning that at least creates a foundational policy for us to establish permanent committees. So I think this is a good thing.
Student trustee Donnell?
I just had a quick question regarding the language of this policy here. Looking at the second paragraph, it says the board committees, which are composed solely of less than a quorum of members of the Board of Trustees, ... So does this mean that these committees will just be a 2-person committee?
I will defer that to Dr. Romali. Or will it be all 2-person committees, or is it at what the board decides? How many board members would represent on the committee?
I'm going to pull a double deferral and ask Mr. Lipton.
So,
Mr. Lipton?
Mr. Lipton, with regard, Student Trustee Jones asked about the number of board members on the committees. Could you please restate your question for the benefit of our legal counsel, please?
Certainly. So looking at the language of the first sentence of paragraph 2, it says that the board committees, which are composed solely of less than a quorum of members of the Board of Trustees, does that mean that these committees would just consist of 2 members and only board members?
If I understand Trustee Jones's question, the second paragraph of Board Policy 2034 refers to board committees which are composed solely of just 2 board members. It doesn't mean that every committee is only composed of 2 board members, but those that are composed solely of less than a quorum and are advisory are not required to comply with the Brown Act unless they're standing committees. It didn't mean to suggest that that's the only type of committee that's possible.
Okay.
Did I answer your question?
Right.
Yeah,
I
thank
believe
you.
so. Thank you.
There can be a committee with 1 board member because that's less than quorum, right?
Well, by definition, a committee consists of more than 1 person. Otherwise, it's just delegating to a person a particular task, which the board certainly can do, but it wouldn't legally be considered a committee.
And I believe it was Orange Coast College had a committee of staff, like cabinet staff, and a board member that was assigned. Does this preclude us from doing that then?
No, it doesn't. And the question would be whether or not the staff members are actually members of the committee, which they could be, or whether only the trustees are members of the committee. But certainly there could be a committee consisting of a trustee and other staff members, and this policy does not preclude such a committee.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Student Trustee Jones, does that answer your question?
That was the question I was trying to ask.
Thank you. Anybody else? Any other discussion or question? Any other trustees? Okay, so that's a discussion item for first reading. So it will be back on the September 11th agenda, second reading and action item. And now we will move on to item 4.5, new board policy 2035, board membership. Once again, this is a discussion item, first reading. The same thing, board policy is just being submitted as discussion and first reading for ongoing to ensure that we are compliant with legal code and align with best practices. Any discussion on this item? All right, seeing none, this item, I'm sorry, I didn't see you. I looked to you first. I did not
apologize.
see you, student trustee. Okay, go ahead.
I was looking over the policy one more time just to make sure that I was asking a relevant question. And so the first question I have, 2 questions. The first one is, does the portion here in section or paragraph 3, where the employment must be automatically terminated upon being sworn into office, would that clause also apply to the student member of the Board of Trustees? I know that they're not considered a full trustee. However, would this policy preclude them from being employees of the district?
Well, I don't know the answer to that. Mr. Lipton will answer that if the student trustee is able to serve being an employee, right? If I understand your question correctly. But I do remember having had student trustees who were employed by the district and continue serving as student trustees, but I don't know if there's policy.
Right.
Is there a conflict with the language saying work study? That's a great question, by the way.
Thank you.
Well, the first paragraph of Board Policy 2035 specifically provides that this policy pertains only to the 5 elected trustees. And in fact, there is no restriction on the student trustee being an employee so long as the student trustee otherwise qualifies under the law to be the student trustee. There's no prohibition about the student trustee being an employee. Although if the student trustee were an employee, there may be situations where they may be precluded from making a motion or seconding a motion if there were a conflict due to their employment.
So would it be appropriate for a student trustee to recuse him or herself if an item were to arise, but continue working for the district, continue serving as a student trustee, but then just when an item that presents a conflict arises, he or she would just recuse himself or herself?
Yes, that's right. For example, if the student trustee were a student worker and there were an item on the board to change the conditions of student employees or to increase the salary of student employees, the student trustee should not participate as a trustee in that vote.
Thank you very much.
And then I had
Go ahead.
one more question that regards the 5 elected members of the board. Looking at the last paragraph where it says, no member of the board shall, during the term for which he or she was elected, be eligible to serve on the governing board of a school district whose boundaries are coterminous with those of the district. Would that apply in the situation, I guess, would this clause preclude a trustee who would hypothetically be considering running for, not running for re-election here on our board, but running for election of another board at the end of their term? Would this mean that they would be ineligible to do so? I don't know if that question was clear.
Mr. Lipton?
We're keeping you busy tonight, Mr. Lipton.
You know, actually, Trustee Baxter just reminded me that my own predecessor was serving as trustee of Area 2 when he was elected to City Council District 7, and he served his term until he was sworn in as city councilman, and then there was an appointment process. So I don't know if that answers your question, but you did say the 5 sitting trustees. So I guess we do have a precedent that was set then.
Well, there's no legal problem so long as the same person is not concurrently actually serving in both elected offices. It's not a conflict or a violation of this policy or law for, say, a member of the Board of Trustees to be elected to another office, city council or school board, so long as they're not serving in both offices concurrently.
Okay. Thank you.
It's
Okay,
called
thank
the
you.
doctrine of incompatible offices.
Thank you very much. Do you have any other questions?
That is
Trustee
all.
Antuk?
Just a different topic. On the part-time faculty portion there, I think it's paragraph 4. So if someone was teaching before and they got elected, they could still teach 1 3-unit class. But if you weren't teaching before and you got elected, you can't teach a 3-unit class. Is that what that means?
That's correct. If they were previously, just as you stated, Trustee Antuk, if they previously were employed as a part-time instructor and then elected or appointed to the board, they can continue in that capacity.
Okay, thank you.
Well, that was a conflict for me because I was teaching part-time and I had to step down, so. Yeah, Jenny also, Trustee Baxter also. So, yeah, we've got some examples sitting here. Any additional discussion on that item? Okay, so that is a discussion and first reading. It will return on the September 11th agenda. So now we are going to item 4.6. And this is my appointment to the Facilities Subcommittee, and I have spoken to Vice President Trustee Untucked and Trustee Dr. Jenny Baxter, and they have both expressed an interest in serving on the Facilities Subcommittee. So, Madam Secretary, those are my 2 appointments. That is an action item. Any discussion on either of those appointments?
Can somebody clarify for me when the board voted on the establishment of a facilities subcommittee?
That is a great question. Does anyone know the answer? Trustee Antek?
I believe we voted on it in August of 2018, and again, I think in September of 2018. It was the end of last summer that the idea came up and was voted on. I believe it was voted on, but check the minutes, I guess.
I believe you made the appointments last September 2018? The establishment?
So if
I really remember talking about it in August of last year.
So if we made the appointment in September, then that means that we would have had a first reading discussion in August, maybe second reading discussion September. Would that not have happened? Trustee Antug, we will check and get back to you.
Yeah, we would have to look back in our records here. The only date that I remember is the appointment.
I raised
Can we report on that next meeting?
I raised the question because the college has an elaborate facilities process, and I don't recall any discussion of the relationship between the facilities subcommittee and that process, and who reports to who makes final decisions, and so how this committee is integrated into that process. So we ought to be able to look back historically and see if those things were considered.
We'll research it and get back to you for the next meeting.
Thank you. Those are valid points, Trustee Otto. Thank you. Any additional discussion on that item? Okay, that is an action item, so I will need a motion and a second, please.
So moved.
Second.
So the two trustees that have been appointed to the Facilities Subcommittee meeting moved and seconded that they be appointed. Any additional discussion on that? All right, so all those in favor?
I have something to say.
Oh, yes, Trustee Zia?
I just wanted to commend your selection and your appointment. Trustee Baxter and Trustee Intuck will both do a great job. So I'm excited to hear about the reports and look forward to see what will come out of the Facilities Subcommittee.
Thank you, Trustee Zia. Trustee Otto?
And I'm going to abstain from this vote because I'd like to know that the committee was validly established and how it integrates with what I think is a great facilities planning process that we have, and just get some clarity on that. So.
Thank you for letting us know in advance of your abstention. Any additional remarks on that? All right, all those in favor? Or you do have to call on student trustee, right? All right, there you go.
Donnell Jones?
Aye.
And all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And any abstentions?
Abstain.
Thank you, Trustee Otto, for letting us know. We are moving on to item 4.7, and as mentioned previously, this schedule is good minus the last item, which is the December 9th date. So this is an action item. We will be voting to approve the meeting calendar for 2020, with the exception of the December 9th meeting. We will have to wait to see, first of all, what legal counsel says based on the election results of the November election and how that comes back. So I just want to make sure everyone understands that we're voting on everything except the December meeting. Any discussion on that?
I'd like to clarify, it's not depending on the election, it's the fact that the election will take place and we have to reschedule within the time frame of the annual organization meeting and the term commencement of the new trustees or re-elected trustees.
I stand corrected. Thank you for that clarification. Any discussion? So right now we need a motion to approve that calendar without the December 9th meeting.
So moved.
Second.
All right, it has been moved and seconded. Oh, I'm sorry, we do have to have student trustee vote on that, right?
Student trustee.
I apologize.
Donnell Jones?
Aye.
All right, all those in favor of this amended schedule for the 2020 board meetings, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you. We are moving on to item 4.8, the Community and Student Workforce Project Agreement. This is a discussion and possible agenda item, and I will defer this to Vice President Drinkwine.
Thank you so much. At our last meeting, we discussed in depth the Community and Student Workforce Project Labor Agreement. I'd like to provide you with an update on negotiations thus far. Provided for you is a brief summary of the existing agreement, as well as the motions that were successful from our last meeting. Those are reflected on page 2. That the motions that were again successful were to add Long Beach Community College student graduates to Tier 1 priority. They were to request the trades unions to provide our student graduates with preferential entry into apprenticeship programs, to add stipulations that the trade unions advocate for our training programs when negotiating with other agencies, to base the amendment on a project list, and to have the amendment go until the completion of all bond projects going forward and the ones that are remaining, which could be until 2041. We've had several productive conversations with the Trades Council. We continue to negotiate on the exact language, but there is broad agreement on these issues. I've provided for you what the project list would look like for an agreement that goes through the conclusion of the facilities master plan through 2041. Those projects are listed beginning on the bottom of page 2 and continue through page 3. There would be a total of 14 projects. And to clarify, these are the projects that are currently identified and defined. There are some projects in the plan. Examples are minor campus improvements, the enterprise-wide computer system, landscaping, or joint use facilities that are very broadly stated. Landscaping is a good example. From year to year, we may identify a need. It's not identified now, so we can't say each of those sub-projects what the value of them are. The same with the minor campus improvements. The larger two, the enterprise-wide computer system or the joint use facilities, are not defined. They are very large projects, so therefore they're not reflected. You can, under the current agreement, and we intend to repeat the language, as a board choose to add a project as it is defined, even if it's not already in the project list. So of those defined projects, there are, again, 14. The total value of the construction costs, so this does not represent the entire cost of the project, but rather just the construction cost portion, is $334,784,430. So negotiations continue. I hope to be able to come back to you in the very near future with an agreeable amendment that satisfied both our needs as well as the Trades Council's. And what questions can I answer for you?
Okay, are there any questions at this time for Vice President Drinkwine? I know Trustee Otto, you wanted to speak.
I'm uncomfortable with the idea that we might take action on something tonight. And the reason for that is that we would be piecemealing a very important part of how it is that we will be doing things for the next 20 plus years. And so what I would rather do is continue this item and have a comprehensive discussion when we have a proposal that has been vetted between the trades and the college at our next meeting in September. And so I would move that we continue this item to the September board meeting.
And forgive me, Trustee Otto, the item is discussion with possible action. So unless the Board of Trustees wished to change any of those negotiating parameters as voted at the last meeting, this is intended to be an update on the issue. Only action would be if you wished to take additional action regarding the parameters.
And personally, I feel that we had a discussion last time. I walked away from it not knowing exactly what was decided or where we were going, and I'd rather not have another discussion and then try and integrate that discussion with the action that we would be contemplating taking at the September meeting. And so it would be, I think, in all of our best interests, especially given this long agenda, to do all that at once. We can study it. There'll be something concrete in front of us. And so that's why I'm making this recommendation. And see if there's a second.
I'll second.
Okay, just a second. Thank you very much. I just want to make sure procedurally, Vice President Drinkwine, you had called if anyone had any questions, correct? Okay, so I just want to make sure that we're following proper protocol if we do have questions, and then we'll go into a motion and then we'll go into discussion. I don't want to put the cart before the horse. So anybody have any questions on Vice President Drinkwine's report? Okay, so now in order for us to have discussion on the item, we do need a motion, and then we can open up the floor for discussion.
Say it again.
I move that this matter be re-agendized at the September meeting of the board.
Second.
Excuse me, could you repeat your motion, Trustee Otto?
That this agenda item be placed on the September meeting of the Board of Trustees. Continued to that meeting.
I'm sorry, what?
Continued until that meeting.
Okay.
Is it your wish to bring the fully baked contract back to September or continue the discussion at
Oh,
September?
no, to bring the fully baked
Got it,
contract
okay.
back.
We'll bring the full contract back, correct?
And Trustee Antek, you still second it? Okay, we have a motion on the floor. It has been seconded to bring this agenda item back on the September 11th board meeting as a fully completed amendment to the existing Community and Student Workforce Project. And do we have any discussion on that motion? Student trustee.
I just have a question. I think it was already pointed out by Vice President Drinkwine earlier that this item is set for discussion, so would it not already come back at the next meeting just the same? We don't have to take action on it unless we're actually going to make any changes?
Trustee Otto, would you like to address him since you are the maker of the motion?
Sure. I don't think that, I think that the motion cleans up the way that we're going to do this, which is we're going to consider all of this at the September meeting, and it doesn't preclude our discussing it at that meeting as well. I just think that decisions are better made at one time than piecemeal. And so, since there were no questions when it was asked, to have a discussion right now about those items, it's, in my opinion, they made the motion so we could tackle this issue in September.
Thank you. Any additional questions or discussion items for this motion? All right, at this time, Madam Secretary, we'll go ahead and call for the vote.
Aye.
All those in favor of this motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
All right. I believe the motion carries. I heard one nay, Madam Secretary.
That's correct.
All right, thank you. Moving on to item 4.9, health and welfare benefits.
Oh, it passed. Okay, never mind.
It passed. Sorry, Trustee Baxter.
Oh, it's okay.
All right, item 4.9.
Got it wrong. Excuse me.
Are we good, Madam Secretary?
One moment, I'm correcting the vote.
We had one nay.
Yes.
Yeah, but she had the wrong name. I didn't. I was in the neighborhood.
Okay, item 4.9, health and welfare benefits for members of the Board of Trustees and Personnel Commission per Board Policy 2002. Once again, this is a discussion and possible action item. I would like to defer this to Vice President Jean Duran.
So at a previous meeting, there was discussion on health and welfare benefits and the ability to waive. We did look into it further, and what you see in this information is that we do allow employees to waive benefits as it is listed on the waiver. I believe only the three categories are there because of our limited resources with health and welfare administration. It is done manually by one person who reports to the payroll manager, as opposed to a more automated system, which I know is down the road. We heard last night that part of the BPR may be related to looking into the implementation, and I'll let Vice President Drinkwine jump in if she wishes. Look into the implementation of an online self-service health and welfare benefit admin process. But currently, again, it is just one person who does it for every single employee of the district, which is over 2,000 people. I'm not sure what else. We did provide some other information. I'm not sure if the board has any other additional questions on that.
Any additional questions for Vice President Durand regarding this item? Trustee Ntuk?
Sure. Yeah, thank you so much for the additional information. Just to clarify, are appointees of the Bond Oversight Committee, trustees, or personnel commissioners employees of the district?
So not necessarily employees, but by policy, they are given the same health and welfare benefits as employees.
And then, I know we were talking earlier, is it true that some employees get no health care benefits? The part-time instructors do not get health care, any of these three health care options?
Sure. So there are a couple categories, and I hope I remember them all. So for any staff member who is working less than 20 hours, no benefits. 20 hours and above, they get benefits, regular employees. Those individuals who are classified but considered an LTE and outside the Personnel Commission, LTE employees would not get benefits. In addition, part-time faculty do not get health and welfare benefits. What is offered to those individuals, though, is a bronze plan, as is required under the ACA. And if that is determined to be not affordable, then they can go to the exchange, to California Covered, and see what may be available there. But as far as support from the district, there is no additional support for health and welfare benefits.
What is the cost of the bronze ACA? I think it's called Covered California.
You know, I don't have that in front of me. I can get that back. Generally, it's around the $700-800 a month. The target I remember was about $750. I can get that information for the board to see what the current rate is that we are offering.
And then with the new findings of the options, do we need to amend the policy to give people the option if they want dental versus only vision, or am I correct? That's an option, a potential option.
So it is 3 waivers. And that's currently what we offer. If there is a desire to explore other things, we certainly can look at that.
Oh, so on the current waiver form, you just pick one.
Correct. So there are 3 options. So all insurances, or medical insurance only, or dental and vision together only. And for those individuals who are covered, who are waiving medical, we would need certification that they are covered elsewhere.
And then do we do the survey? We were not able to find survey information on personnel commissioners or that get healthcare benefits. I know we talked about it last time, but I didn't know that was an unanswered question.
I do not believe we were able to find any survey information that would be helpful. I don't know if Vice President Drinkwine has any other information to add.
I think the only information we could find at a survey level was regarding trustee health benefits. There was not any collection of data regarding personnel commission health benefits.
So, Vice President Drinkwine, is there any opportunities for savings on what we have?
I did provide for you, attached to the agenda was a 2-year history of costs, and then provided tonight was an expanded 3-year history of costs. There is a selection of packages that can be made. The most expensive package is for family coverage using a PPO for health and a PPO for dental. And the district contribution for that would be $29,621. There are savings between what was selected by each trustee or commissioner and that total, but provided for you in that document is the total by Board of Trustees and then separately by Personnel Commission for 2016, 17, 17, 18, and 18, 19. And so you can see that each of those totals after accounting for the waivers of the Board of Trustees. The Board of Trustees total for 1819 is $53,408. And then for the Personnel Commission with no waivers, the total is $51,305.
And the 3-year, I guess the 3-year, we just take any number times 3.
Absolutely. It is a little bit difficult in that we do anticipate healthcare costs to rise every year, and it depends on the year what the severity of that increases, but you can certainly say that at a minimum, it is at least savings of about $150,000 for each of the board or the Personnel Commission over a 3-year period.
Any additional questions? Okay, this is a possible action item. Is there any action that staff recommends that we take, or do we leave everything as is? Is there a recommendation? If any of the trustees see any changes that need to be made, if not, then we'll move on. All right, thank you very much. So we're going to move on to Dario. Is our caller ready on the line? I hear buzzing. So we're moving on to item 4.10. This is our board self-evaluation, and we're going to pause. There it is. Some technical action here. Dr. Calote, are you on the line? I think she's watching the board meeting, and there's a few seconds delay from the webcast. Dr. Calote, are you on the line?
Yes, I am. Hello.
Okay, welcome. For the public, this is Dr. Romali selected Dr. Calote to conduct the superintendent president evaluation and also the board evaluation, and she is on the line, and this is a discussion possible action item. She's teleconferencing with us. We teleconferenced with her earlier during closed session, and she will describe the board self-evaluation process. Go ahead, Dr. Calote, welcome, and you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Again, my name is Dr. Robin Calote. For members of the audience, I want to let you know that I was the president of Ventura College until I retired in 2013. Since then, I have done some work for Community College Search Services, a consulting firm where I've been involved with recruitments and doing background reports. But my presentation this evening is not affiliated with that consulting firm. What I'd like to do is briefly walk you through a 4-part document that you received as a board doc attachment. Part 1 is a review of the purpose for and process of board self-evaluation. And page 1 tells you that the board self-evaluation is required by accreditation standards, that your board policy 2018 is consistent with those accreditation standards. More importantly than just meeting accreditation standards, however, board self-evaluation is an opportunity to model the organizational value of reflecting on one's own performance and engaging in ongoing improvement. Outcomes of a typical board self-evaluation are described at the bottom of page 1. And these are a summary of board accomplishments for the prior year, again, differentiating between board accomplishments and institutional accomplishments. Assessment of progress towards last year's board goals, identification of new board goals, reflection of team dynamics and effectiveness, and identification of areas where additional information or support are needed. Page 2 of Part 1 describes the components of board self-evaluation as being a survey of the trustees, a survey of employee constituent groups who are in a position to have observed and are aware of the board in action, preparation of a report that summarizes the surveys, and then a study session or retreat in which the board discusses the summarized survey findings, assesses where it is relative to last year's board goals, and establishes new goals for itself. And then at a later meeting, the board accepts a concluding summary report based on the study session discussions. Before I go on to a review of the draft survey documents, do you have any questions?
Anyone have any questions for Dr. Kalot?
I have a question. Can you hear me? This is Trustee.
Yes, I can.
Okay, great. What's the best way to measure the board accomplishments in the self-evaluation process?
Well, in last year's self-evaluation, did you identify goals for yourself as a board?
Yes. Yes.
Yes, you did. Okay. So you would then, in your discussion, review, discuss and review how satisfied you are towards having accomplished those goals. So it depends on how concrete your goals were. If, for example, it was to increase awareness of the budget process and you held workshops, then that accomplished that goal. So ideally, you would have identified both goals and activities that would support those goals, and you could then measure whether you did them or not.
Any additional questions? Okay, Dr. Kalot, go ahead. You have the floor.
Okay, so then moving on to part 2, this is a draft open for as many revisions as you'd like to make. This would be used as the trustee's self-evaluation form. It's based on 35 questions that were taken from the Community College League question bank for board self-evaluation. And they have many more than 35. In general, people are put off when they have to answer, 70, 80 questions. So 35 seem to be a good number without being redundant in the questions. They would be administered as a Survey Monkey in online form, and the responses would be sent either to me or to me in combination with Human Resources or whoever else you determined. The individual responses would be consolidated and not linked to any respondent trustee. And as you can see from looking at it, for the 35 questions, they're on a Likert scale, identifying what the board responsibility is. For example, under mission and planning, the board reviews the mission and purposes of the institution, and then on a scale of 1 to 5, to what degree have they accomplished that? And there's also space for not observed. At the end of the 35 questions, beginning on page 11, are an additional 5 open-ended questions, which are: what are the board's greatest strengths? To improve effectiveness, in what areas is the board in need of additional support or development? What issues have most occupied the board's time and attention during the past year? And were these closely tied to the mission and goals of the district and board? Is the board functioning as a team as well as it should? Why or why not? And what does the board do to maintain a positive relationship with the CEO? What does the board need to change, if anything? So again, for these 5 questions, or any version of open-ended questions that you would like to include, these responses would be consolidated so they're not linked back to any one trustee. I know you probably haven't had much time to review these questions, so you may want to take more time and provide feedback on what changes you'd like to see. Moving on to part 3, this would be the proposed form for using with constituent groups. Again, this is a draft. The questions are the same, including the open-ended questions at the end. And again, all of the responses would be consolidated within this group, and nothing would be linked back to the individual respondent. And this survey response would be kept separate from the one that the trustees are filling out for themselves. And then finally, part 4 is a draft assessment of perceived trustee need for resources and/or training, and this would be part of your planning process as well. This is, again, based on a question bank from the Community College League for trustee self-evaluation, and it goes through, it's fairly long, it goes through a long list of information that you might need as a trustee, and you would assess as an individual how confident you feel in each area, and whether, you know, if you're very confident, if you feel you have some knowledge and skills, or whether you feel you need more information. These responses would all be consolidated into report, and from that hopefully would emerge some good ideas of areas where the board would like workshops and more training or more reports or more information that would help them to be more knowledgeable and effective as board members. So those would be, again, the components of board self-evaluation. And I invite any questions that you may have.
Dr. Colote, Ginny Baxter, here's my question. I looked at your resume, and it does not list that you've done this work before. How many college and boards, I hope I'm not being rude, how many college, but I'll proceed anyway. How many colleges and boards have you worked with self-evaluation?
I have only worked with, I have done a lot of evaluation of candidates, and I have worked as a community college president and have participated in board workshops, in facilitation, and board evaluation, but I have not done consulting work in this area before.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Any additional questions or comments?
I do.
Trustee Zia?
Thank you. I wasn't quite sure when reading this, and again, I need to distill it a little bit more and look at it scrupulously. But as far as the community aspect of it, I just wasn't sure where that's reflected. It may be prudent for us to be evaluated by members of the community who work with us or come to our meetings, so that we're not operating in our own ecosystem and cocoon necessarily. Is that something that we've given some foresight and introspection and perhaps looked at other colleges? I think, if I'm not mistaken, I reckon Rancho Santiago Community College does that. It has a community element in their 360 review, but I may be wrong.
Well, that's certainly something that could be added in terms of the constituent group feedback. And you can survey anyone that you would like to survey with the constituent feedback draft.
Yeah, I mean, I recognize that we get our feedback through our elections, but in the interim, it would be nice to know how we're doing in the community and how the community perceives us.
It's nice to get concrete feedback beyond just a ballot.
I'm sorry?
It's nice to get concrete feedback beyond just a ballot.
Yeah.
Any additional questions or comments? I have a couple of comments. Dr. Colote, in section 2, I believe, with the actual questions, I noticed that there's a lot of policy questions on here that the board is being asked to self-evaluate. I highlighted some of the most relevant ones that are applicable to me and my service, and then also my colleagues. And I'd just like to call attention to 4 of them, and then I'd like to ask you a question about them. So question 21, board members uphold and comply with the board's code of ethics. Question 22, board members avoid conflicts of interest and the perception of such conflicts. Question 24, board discussions and relationships reflect a climate of trust and respect. And the last one is, and again, I did highlight a few of them, but the most relevant ones. Question 25, board members exhibit integrity and professionalism in fulfilling their role. So I have a question for you, because board members are asked to self-evaluate, and then they are asked to evaluate the board. How do you compile individual responses and then present them, and then compile board responses and present them? Is it a scale? You know, I see that these answers have been assigned a number value. Do you add them and present a number value, and then is there a scale for them? Or how do you measure that? What's the metric that you use?
Okay, first, I want to make sure you're understanding. When it says board members uphold and comply with the board's code of ethics, the individual board members are not evaluating just themselves. They're thinking of the group as a whole. So as a group as a whole, do you feel the group upholds and complies with the board's code of ethics? So not answering, for this survey, you're not answering in terms of just your own performance, but the group as a whole. The application software SurveyMonkey consolidates all of the answers, and then it has metrics, so it will show the average number. So, and then what I was planning on doing was comparing the board's average of their answers with the average of the answers of the constituents. And from that, you could see if there's any congruence or mismatches between the way the board perceives itself and the way constituent groups perceive it. And that's the real value of doing it this way.
Okay.
Did that answer your question?
It did answer the question, yes. I think perhaps that we should incorporate a more substantive metric. Perhaps, you know, it's the teacher in me that wants to see a grading scale, but I know that that's not possible. So I'll take a look at this document and then offer feedback, and maybe do some research and see what other boards do to have an actual metric, you know, something that we can actually, a tangible score or grading rubric. Any additional questions or comments?
I have one.
Yes.
President Malauulu, perhaps if you looked at the last time we did this evaluation, it would help you, because as Dr. Calote says, these are taken from the Community College League's list. And so she's not just making questions up. I think a lot of them probably are the same. So it would be interesting, perhaps, for the board to review what the answers were, or is that a bad idea because it might skew the responses?
Just for clarification, I'm not questioning the questions themselves.
Oh, okay.
The questions are fine, and I'm familiar with the questions and where their origin. My question is, as far as you know, what is a deliverable? What do we actually get? How is it presented? How are the scores? If there's a score, if there's a grading scale, that's really what my question is. I'm okay with the questions. I just want to know what the system of measurement is.
Well, it'll be 1 through 5.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. Any additional questions or remarks? I have one more, Dr. Calote, and thank you very much. Before we let you go, I had also looked over your resume, and I noticed you were at Ventura College. Were you at Ventura College at the same time as Dr. Scott? Were you were both?
Certainly was.
You were both there at the same time?
I invited her to come into administration.
Okay, got it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Anybody else? All right, thank you, Dr. Calote, and we might be calling you back in closed session, so thank you for tuning in.
Okay, thank you very much. Good evening.
All right, so this is, it is a discussion and possible action item. Are there any action that needs to be taken? Is there any action that anybody would like to propose? All right, so we're going to move on to item 4.11. This is the 2019-2020 board agenda schedule. This is just an information item. Schedules and ongoing routine agenda items that the board can expect to see on a monthly basis when we have our board meetings. Any discussion on that? All right, and now we are moving on to item 4.12. And at this time, I would like to defer the meeting to Vice President Untuck. And do you want to switch seats, or can you do it from there? It's up to you.
I could do it for him.
All right.
I didn't know. Great, so I guess we're moving on to item 4.12. I believe we have some speaker cards to this agenda item.
Yes, I apologize. So there were two late speakers who had arrived, and they did go fill out the speaker card, but they didn't make it in time. So sorry, I should have disclosed that before I handed over the meeting. Thank you.
Sure, so I have two individuals. I'll call up Mr. I have Nizan Harvel and John Talefi. I don't know if either or both are still here or willing to speak. We'll go with Nizan, if I'm saying that correctly. Nizan, thank you. Welcome.
Hi. Ooh, this is, oh, I'm not. I would like to state that I'm very upset to see this item on the agenda. I think this is a personal attack and not something that this board should be dealing with. I feel like seeing someone be censured for, and I can't even, it's just, it's not appropriate for this board to deal with personal statements and take it to this place. I think, sorry, microphones. I think this is more politically motivated than it is actually appropriate. And I also think that obviously the person who is targeted by this center is an incredible member of our community who has represented our community to the fullest, elected by her constituents. And I think that her constituents would be upset by, as a constituent, would be upset by this action. I'm offended by it personally. And I also think that letting voices be heard when it comes to an alleged, sorry, my mind just went blank. I've got time. Where are my notes? I think this is more a term that should be settled personally in a conversation and dealt with, and not dealt with in this public forum. I don't think this is, for us, I think it's a personal conversation that happened. I think it was something that if a conversation happened with someone didn't agree with what was said, they could go personally to the person and express that without having to take it to a public forum and offend an entire community of people by doing so. And that's it.
Thank you. Mr. John Talefi.
My name is John Talefi, and I thank you, the Board of Trustees, for the moment. This is a sensitive subject. I am a constituent, long-term supporter of this college through various measures passed to provide resources to this school. I am a board member serving on various boards in Southern California. And watching, and I keep an eye on what goes on here because it's an interest of mine. I also serve at Cal State Long Beach under the CITT Master's Logistics Program. So this type of interesting development from this board I want to question and address. As a board member, there are certain codes of ethics that you perform under. And if you're going to have discussions regarding Ms. Zia, and if you discipline her, it would probably be appropriate, because I saw the moments of the film back in July 24th when she acted out what she said. In the climate of where the country's at today, what I observed was literally somewhat of a subtle bashing of faith and that's not acceptable in this forum. So we entrust you to guide the academic status of this institution, not to folly around and play immature games and exceedingly providing insults to your colleagues. I ask you, in your discussions, to provide some measure of discipline, however they may be. It merits and it deserves this. Ms. Zia, I hope that you can perform better in your capacity. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So moving on, we have, and just to clarify, according to our policy on ethics complaint, if the president is involved in the complaint, then the vice president is asked to step in, which is the reason the media was passed on to me. So we have a written complaint. We also have a draft resolution. We have a rebuttal. We have copies of the transcripts of the July meeting. I guess at this time we can open the floor for discussion or motions.
Well, I'll start, I guess. Someone asked me what I thought about this situation. And my answer was that this college has been around for 90 years, and I care about it more than any situation that might happen. And I care about the students. And so when I vote, that's how I'm going to vote, is what about the reputation of the school? What about what we stand for? And that's all I'm going to say.
May I be recognized?
Trustee Zia.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Vice President, and fellow board members, administrators, faculty, and public. Quite frankly, I messed up. In a fit of frustration, I lost my temper and said a number of things I should not have said, and definitely very much regret saying. From the bottom of my heart, I apologize. What is unfortunate is that my comments and the subsequent argument it caused with several of my board colleagues has only served to distract and take attention away from the main reason we are all here, to provide equitable student learning and achievement, academic excellence, and workforce development by delivering high-quality educational programs and support services to our diverse communities. That is our mission. That is what we should be focusing on. My apology that I temporarily lost my temper. I know that I am not perfect. I am human. I sometimes make mistakes. I will do my best to keep any disagreements I may have with my colleagues, administrators, or faculty to a minimum, while doing my best to maintain a professional demeanor. Thank you for your patience with me. It is much appreciated.
Thank you. President Malulu.
Dario, I had sent you a text. I don't know if you got it. I didn't get a response there. And I apologize. I had wanted you to play a clip, a particular clip, but I didn't get a response from you. I'm sorry to put you on the spot like that. If it's not something that can happen, then I completely understand. Okay, no worries. At this time, I would just like to make a motion that we adopt a resolution of censure of Trustee Sunny Zia based on the behavior of the July 24th board meeting.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any other further discussion on the agenda item? Trustee Otto?
I would just say this. This is not an easy decision, but it is my opinion that given the evidence of dysfunction of this board, not just on the 24th of July, but over an extended period of time, something must be done. And I support the motion. I hope that it will lead to better behavior and this board can start to function as one and not as a group of 5 individuals.
I'd also like to speak in favor of the motion. First of all, I'd like to thank the members of the public who took the time to be here to speak. I take heed. I agree with what Trustee Otto said. This is not an easy decision. It's actually been a very difficult decision. It's caused considerable anxiety. However, I took my oath of office very seriously. I took the pledge that I made as a trustee very seriously, and I take my job very seriously to serve this district and to serve the community. We do have board policies in place. We have had lots of problems during the 3 years that I've been on the board with just trustee behavior, which has been personally embarrassing to me and based on feedback that I've received from staff, students, community, even administrators. I'm not the only person who feels that way, and it is unfortunate that it has come to this. And while some things are private and discussed in closed session, and actually some things will be evaluated further, just so that you're aware, this is not an isolated incident. There have been other incidents, but we did not have a board policy in place that allowed us an opportunity to present them as agenda items, and now we do. And I am following my conscience, and I am following my conviction to address an issue that I believe has gotten progressively worse and will continue to escalate unless this board takes action. As board chair, I made a vow, a public vow several times, that when I became board chair, the culture of our meetings would change and the atmosphere of our meetings would change and the treatment of trustees would change. And it is unfortunate that we had a mishap during my very first meeting as board chair. We live in a country today where the President of the United States is allowed free will to speak and say things that we all know are inappropriate for an elected leader who is to represent an entire body. And it is unfortunate that we can't do anything about it. We can't. The media has been censored, his own staff has been censored, and we here at the district are in a position where we actually can do something about it, and we actually can take action. And again, it is not an easy decision. It's a decision that I prayed over, had a lot of discussion with my family over, and while I do accept Trustee Zia's apology, which came ironically the day that I submitted the complaint, so just to give you a little timeline, the board meeting was July 24th, and I believe, and I have 4 children, so I teach them that if you're sorry right away. And if not, you sleep on it and you're usually sorry the next day. And you start to feel remorse and you address the issue. There was a few days, a couple of weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks go by. There was no attempt from Trustee Zia to reach out to me with an apology, to seek mediation. And when I filed the complaint, there was the attempt for the apology. And I just felt that it was disingenuous because the apology should have happened sooner if it was sincere. And that's perhaps, you know, I'm a mom, so I see the world through a different lens. And in raising children, that's how I'm raising my children. Sometimes we see people who continually wrong others, and continually apologize over and over again. And the behavior does not change, the apologies come, and Trustee Zia, I appreciate your apology today and the day that I filed a complaint. I really wish that you had reached out to me a little sooner, and perhaps maybe then there would have been some mediation without it having come to this, because I did sit on the complaint for almost 30 days. So at this time, those are the comments that I'd like to make. And again, I thank the members of the public, and this is something that is allowed by district policy and is well within our purview. And we are setting a precedent. So the comments that were made to me were, oh, you're a good Christian, you're a really good Christian and holier than thou. And if I said that about any other faith on this dais, my family would disown me. If I made reference to someone else's religion, or if I said, and I don't mean this, I'm giving you an example, but if I said, oh, you're a good Muslim, a really good Muslim, or you're a good Jew, a really good Jew, I would have instantly apologized if I got caught up in the heat of the moment. But what was said to me is, oh, you're a good Christian, you're a really good Christian. It was shocking. And I don't want a precedent to be set for the rest of our district to have teachers, faculty members, staff members, students speak to each other that way. And I don't want to walk through a hallway or walk through an admissions building and hear that type of commentary being said throughout our campus. And if it's appropriate to say it here on the dais to each other, we are elected officials, we are board members, we should be held above reproach. We should set a higher standard. That's not to say that we're not human. We are, and we are imperfect, and we are a work in progress, but we need to do better. And when this behavior continues to escalate and when it continues to worsen, then we have a problem, because the burden of responsibility to correct it falls on us. And as board chair, it was my decision to take action and to make sure that the district is protected from this potentially more damaging behavior. Thank you.
Madam Board Secretary, I'd like to call for a roll call vote.
May I restate the motion is that the Board of Trustees adopt a resolution of censure of Trustee Sunny Zia, and the motion was made by Vivian Malauulu and second by Doug Otto. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Virginia Baxter?
Nay.
Well, this is interesting. I don't have a nay anymore.
No,
It
but it's
says-
okay, I'll abstain.
No, that's okay. I can record it as nay if you like. What would you like?
I'd like nay.
All of a sudden, my menu has changed to aye and not now and abstain and absent. Vivian Malauulu?
Yay.
Uduak Joe Intuk?
Aye.
Doug Otto?
Aye.
Sunny Zia?
Nay.
I'll have to change that.
The motion passes, and we move on to the next agenda item. Looks like we have agenda item 5.1, and I'm going to pass this back to President Malauulu.
Thank you, Trustee Otto. Item 5.1 is electric vehicle charging stations. This is an information item. I will defer to Vice President Drinkwine, who has information that she will present.
Thank you. I'm presenting from the podium so that I can be joined by Walter Johnson, who is our Senior Director of Facilities. We are presenting to you this evening a short overview of our electric vehicle charging stations. You'll see that later in the agenda, we do have an item for your approval regarding the fees to be charged at these stations. And so in this presentation, we hope to give you a short overview of what they are, where will they be, and how much will they cost us.
Okay. I will continue with the next slide. The agenda item consists of background, which is district-wide energy project, electric vehicle charging station location, electric vehicle charging infrastructure, project funding and fees, and then question and answer. To achieve our goal of zero net energy by 2025, there are 4 key projects and strategies that the district has embarked upon. The first one is energy and potable water use reduction strategy. That's a correction I'm making here at the podium. If you look at the screen, it said portable, but that should be potable. And one of the things that we're doing as a district to reduce potable water is that we're using non-potable water for our irrigation system. We're using that to flush toilets. And we're also speccing out with new projects and renovation projects, efficient plumbing fixtures, which are low-flow toilets and low-flow urinals. Our number 2 strategy is renewable energy production strategy. And we're achieving that by implementing solar PV array system at both the LAC campus and the PCC campus. We have solar PV panels on the parking structure here at LAC, and they will also be on the new parking structure at the PCC campus. Our third strategy is thermal storage strategy within buildings. And what this does is utilizes standard HVAC equipment that we already have in place in all our facilities, plus an energy storage tank. And by collecting energy on the off hours, mainly at night, we can save energy with a possible cost reduction by 50%. And what this does is energy is stored at off-peak hours during the night, and then is released throughout the building during the daytime. So it's time released throughout the building. Our fourth strategy is clean energy use strategy for transportation. And that gets us to our installing electric vehicle charging stations at this campus, LAC campus, and also at the PCC campus. And if we go to the next slide, as you can see, by June 2021, we're expected to have 138 EV charging stalls, and plus an additional 45 clean air vehicle spaces at PCC P2 new parking structure. We also will have 67 parking structure, 67 stalls at our parking structure here on the LAC campus on the first floor of the parking garage and the parking structure. At lot number 10, we'll have 27 stalls at our PCC campus, and we'll have 33 stalls at the P2 parking structure, which is scheduled to start fall of 2020. Well, be available for fall of 2020. We will also have 11 stalls, electronic vehicle stalls, at our new CLAC facility, which is scheduled to get construction this fall. So that would give us a total of 138 EV charging stalls by June 20. If you look at the next slide, this shows the location of those EV charging stalls and where they'll be located. The first one is a LAC parking structure, as you can see highlighted in green. Those will be the location on the first floor of the parking structure here on the LAC campus. And if you look at right beside it is the PCC parking lot number 10. Those highlighted areas represent the stalls that will be at the PCC parking lot. Our next slide is the P2 parking structure at PCC. You see the highlighted areas there. That would be the EV charging stalls at the new parking structure. We're excited about getting that project constructed. It's going to be a beautiful facility. It's integrating the Art Deco design of the existing building. And it's also an opportunity for identifier. So we're coming up PCH. You can actually, that building will anchor that corner. So you will see Long Beach City College flaring that when you come up to PCH. Our next Our next slide is we call it the CLAP, which is the new project coming online with the kinesiology lab and aquatic center at LAC. And if you look at the highlighted areas to the left, you will see the parking stalls there at the plaque. And if you look to the right of that, that's the existing, would be the new softball field. And at that existing parking lot, you see that turn a little blue, but that was, I guess, on the printing. But those highlighted areas represent the new parking stalls that will be in that location. So we're very excited about the possibility, the cost savings of having an electronic vehicle charging station on campus. And we're looking forward to faculty, staff, and students being able to use those devices. Oh, sorry. Okay. The next slide is the electric vehicle charging infrastructure. Now, this is a partnership with Southern California Edison, which is called a Charge Ready program. From an infrastructure standpoint, Southern California Edison, they design, install, and they will own and maintain the infrastructure. And all of this is done to support the California zero emission policy. But as far as the charger unit, the district buys, installs, and maintains the charger unit. And the value to the district is the cost. The infrastructure cost estimated at $500,000 for the LAC campus and $300,000 for the PCC campus, for a total of $800,000. And also, as an added bonus, Southern California Edison will provide a rebate to the district for a portion of the cost of the charge, with an estimated total of $50,000 for LAC and a PCC.
And so we did bring to you Admin Reg 7000 in May, and this regulation we updated to specifically add section 6.1 and 6J that talk about the usage of our spaces for exclusive EV charging. And so that admin reg states that any vehicle that's parked at one of those stalls and is not actively charging or does not display a valid parking pass could get ticketed. So the idea here is that we want to preserve these spaces for electric vehicles that are charging. In addition, per some California regulation, we do allow clean air vehicles to park there. If they are natural gas vehicles, for instance, obviously they're not charging, but if they display the correct sticker, they will be allowed to park there. And so that's already been adopted in our regs. What needs approval, however, are the fees that we will charge. We are incredibly grateful to Southern California Edison to give us roughly $850,000 worth of infrastructure and rebates. However, that does not mean we don't have costs. The average cost of electricity to us is 14 cents per kilowatt hour. In addition, we do have service fees. It does cost us to pay the firm to run the Charge Ready stations and to accept credit cards. As you know, most vendors who accept credit cards have to pay a portion of that transaction, as do we. It's not free. And we also have ongoing maintenance fees. So when we look at a combination of the cost of energy on that per kilowatt hour plus our estimation of the combination of the administration fees for the Charge Ready points as well as maintenance fees on an ongoing basis, we estimate those to be about 15 cents per kilowatt hour. So it's our recommendation that we charge the users, regardless of whether they're students, staff, faculty, or community members, a single rate of 29 cents per kilowatt hour, which reflects our recovery of our costs. However, we would prefer not to have drivers of these vehicles completely use a space for the entire day. We want to ensure that there is movement in these spots. Although initially we believe we will have an excess of EV charging stations, we do see that the movement towards electric vehicles is great and more people will be driving them. And so we would like to impose a surcharge after a 4-hour period. of $1.50. And that is an incentive to charge for only 4 hours. We selected 4 hours for a couple of reasons. One is that if you're taking a class, you'll be able to park, take your class, and move your car. And the second is that most vehicles can charge adequately within 4 hours. We're using what's called a level 2 charge station, which charges at a much, much higher rate than you would in your typical home if you're plugging in and haven't done an upgrade. So we wanted to be really thoughtful about the average amount of time for use, as well as what those, let me do that one more time. There we go. What that would be as a convenience factor. We also compared to our neighbors. We certainly didn't want to have a fee that was prohibitive, but we wanted to make sure what we were charging was reasonable. When we look at our nearby colleges, you can see that Cal State Long Beach has a bifurcated rate, 25 cents per kilowatt hour for student, staff, and faculty, 40 cents for guests. El Camino is across the board, 30 cents. Orange Coast College is $1.25 for the first 4 hours, and that's a per hour rate, so not a per kilowatt hour. So understand that a kilowatt hour is a measurement of energy, and an hour obviously is time. You can charge several kilowatt hours within an hour, and it depends entirely on your specific vehicle. But using as a standard, if we looked, for instance, at a Toyota Prius, it would, for a full charge, because those batteries are smaller, $1.28 to fully charge. But if you were looking at a Tesla, which has a super big battery, it would actually take 8 hours to charge, and once you get past the surcharge, it's $62. And if you go mid-range with a Chevy Volt, it's about $4.64. So I want to be very clear here. We're proposing a per kilowatt hour charge because that represents a recovery of our costs and not a per hour. And so when you compare that to Orange Coast College with $1.24 an hour or $3 an hour after 4 hours, that's more consistent. But the actual charge will vary upon the driver's actual car and how much they are charging. And then Pasadena uses an hour as well, $1 an hour for the first 4 or $2 an hour for each thereafter. There are commercial enterprises that offer electric vehicle charging. Walgreens is 30 cents per kilowatt hour. The Exchange is 25 cents per kilowatt hour for the first 3 hours, $3 thereafter. And the city of Signal Hill is 55 cents per kilowatt hour. My understanding is that there are some areas here and there that do free, but those spots get filled up fast. And so what we believe we've offered is reasonable, allows us to recover our costs. We were asked to review a specific code that allows the state of California to offer electric vehicle charging without violating the state constitutional prohibition against a gift of public funds. We were happy to receive a legal opinion regarding that. The legal opinion, if I may summarize, says basically that this code does not apply to us specifically. Whether or not that would be a challenge in court, we'd have to see. There is no precedent, but that as written, as strictly written, it does not allow community colleges to offer energy for free to any person without violating that prohibition. What questions can we answer for you?
I saw Trustee Baxter's hand.
But okay.
And then Trustee Ntuk.
Thank you for the presentation. I have a couple of questions. First of all, first thing that came into my mind is if I'm a faculty member and so I park my electric vehicle, I'm not on a 3-hour time basis. Maybe I'm on a 6-hour or 8-hour time basis. And that also means I've got to move my car. I don't have an electric vehicle, I should tell you. But I'm just seeing the thought process, and maybe your answer is don't park in the EV space, and that solves the whole thing. But I am concerned about the idea that you would move your car in 4 hours. I get the 3-hour class, but some students might have 2 classes, one after the other. It just seems to me that this is going to make a lot of running around. That's an observation. How are they going to, is it like a parking meter that you put in for like 4 hours? Or you put your credit card in and then how do you know when to take your credit card out? Am I asking kind of dumb questions? But okay.
I think
Good.
they're-
I have
think
the
they're great
audience here
questions.
telling me
Yes.
I'm not. Okay.
So the answer to your first question is that you have a parking permit. We're not going to ticket you unless you don't have a parking permit or unless you're parking a regularly fueled vehicle, not an electric vehicle. So you won't get a ticket if you have the EV and you have a parking permit.
Right.
If you are unable to come and unplug your car from the charger after 4 hours and you're not at a full charge, because if you're at a full charge, you can't continue to charge your car, right? You're at fully charged, then you will be charged the $1.50 per kilowatt hour. So if for some reason you're unable to make it out, you will be charged at the higher rate after you hit 4 hours. We will not ticket you, you will be charged a greater amount. And so that is part of the balance, that if you don't want that higher rate of charge, you'll have to come and unplug. Or if you decide it's more convenient for you, I know that some drivers, for instance, live in apartments and they don't have the ability to charge at home, they may anticipate that that's going to be the extra cost for them. The answer to your second question, how do these work? These work a lot like parking permit stations that accept your credit card. So when you pull in and you're going to charge, you'll follow the instructions on the charge point machine. You'll enter your card. It doesn't stay there. So the machine keeps your card information and it will continue to charge after you're gone as long as your car is accepting the charge. So for instance, in my example, if you've parked and you just want to top off your charge, and so you plug your car in and you come back 4 hours later, but if it's only charged 10 kilowatt hours, then that's what you're going to get paid for.
Okay.
And so that's the same answer to either of those, that you're only being charged for the actual energy that you've charged your battery with.
Okay.
Now, if at some point, several years down the road, when we're living in the future and we're all driving electric vehicles, and if those spots are completely used all the time, then yes, maybe we'll come back to you. But it is not our intent to ticket anybody who stays after 4 hours. You would just get charged more for the energy usage.
So you're going to have separate staff charging and separate student charging?
No, for our proposal, and let me go back to that proposal slide. Our proposal is not to have varying rates. We will simply charge each person for what our costs are, which is the 29 cents. So again, about half of that, 14 cents, represents the actual cost of the energy. The remaining is for coverage of our maintenance and licensing and credit card administration fees.
Go ahead.
Thank you so much. I'm really glad to see this come forward. I know this is something we've talked about over the last year and clarified and looked at state legislation and infrastructure and different matching funds. So it's great to see getting almost $1 million from Southern California Edison, about $800,000 is big for us. And I guess I have a couple questions. The practicality of it. I appreciate that we have the priority spacing, that the electric vehicle spacing is in the best parking places. And so both at the multiple campuses and locations to incentivize people and make it visible that the option is there. I guess a question is, if I have the correct EV sticker, but I don't have a parking pass and I'm a guest, do I also got to plug in and pay for 4 hours and go get a $5 daily pass? Is that still will be the process, I guess?
That is correct. If you are a guest and don't have a parking permit, then you would first plug in and pay, or first go to the machine and buy your $2 a day. So your costs as a non-faculty student or staff would be an additional $2 per day parking, because that is the parking fee. That is correct.
And I guess, and just to clarify, the signage will say a 4-hour parking limit, correct?
The signage will be very clear and state the rates for the first 4 hours and then the rate for each, for after those first 4 hours.
But I guess you don't need to move your car after 4 hours.
No, it is an incentive to move your car after 4 hours because if you
Becomes
allow
more
it to continue to charge, it's more expensive.
Okay.
Yes.
And then I know our current solar power chargers are not that great, and I actually have a backup diesel system that defeats the whole purpose of it. What are we going to do for our own electric vehicle fleet? Do we have chargers for campus vehicles, and I'm not even sure what our percentage of our fleet besides the golf cart, which is electric.
We do have electric vehicle chargers at our yard next to our primary building. Those ones we don't allow for personal use, obviously, because they're not set up to collect a charge for somebody using them. You simply plug in and we pay for the electricity. So we have a separate charge. And on your point with the solar panel charging stations, just as a point of information, the company that owns those and leased them to us for $1 for a 5-year period has gone bankrupt. And we are currently trying to determine who the proper owner of those units are so that we can have them collect them. Unfortunately, as you can imagine, it is difficult to do so. And so we are trying to find the proper people to notice so that we may remove them. So if you wonder why they are still hanging around, we don't want to incur any liability for their movement until we can determine who the owner actually is. But you are right that they are not effective and they actually use diesel fuel as a backup.
And I guess last question, the cost recovery on signage and infrastructure that's not covered by SoCal Edison, is that built into the fees that we anticipate hitting a payback period and then sometime in the future we'll reduce the fees? Or are all the fines that people would get in the green spots for not being a green vehicle, would that go towards cost recovery of the infrastructure?
So what Southern California Edison is giving us is the actual infrastructure itself. They are installing it underneath, for instance, at the parking structure here. They actually are going to install it. And in the future, we will be bringing to you some approval of easements that are necessary to allow them to do that. If for some reason we did not like these and we wanted to remove them, we would actually owe Edison money at that point because they've spent the money to install them. They own that portion of it. What we own the charging stations, and we have to pay administration fees to ChargePoint, which operates the charging stations and collects the credit cards. So our costs are threefold. They are the maintenance of the charging stations, they are to pay ChargePoint for the administration, and it is for the cost of accepting credit cards. And so for those, we ran averages of what the car would charge of kilowatt hours over a certain amount of time, and we believe 15 cents per kilowatt hour allows us to recover those fees. After 5 years, we expect the maintenance fees to increase because equipment starts to lose its performance after a certain period of time. So yes, if we determine that the cost of maintenance of those stations increase, or if at some future point in time we need to upgrade them because technology changes, then we would reevaluate the cost structure and come back to you. And we would be more than happy to present a report a year after we implement and start using these stations to let you know what did that look like. Were we correct on our charges, and did they actually recover our costs?
Thank you.
Any additional questions? Trustee Baxter?
Yeah, I just have one, and it doesn't have to do with the electric charging, I'm sorry. It has to do with the potable water at PCC, because I'm also a big advocate of this. And several years ago, they said it was impossible. Are you in an agreement with the city to bring reclaimed water to the campus? Or are you not and you may not be in a position to answer that question?
Well, right now, we are also actually utilizing some of that now at the, we did the re-landscape building building O right across the street. And so we're using non-potable water now. That was one of our projects, non-potable water now to use as irrigation for that particular. So yes, I'm in favor.
So you're using water from Hamilton Bowl and bringing it across?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's wonderful. And I wondered why that didn't happen before when I asked, so very good, excellent.
Any additional comments or questions? Yes, I'm sorry. Student trustee Jones.
Yes, just a couple of quick questions. I guess first is, and excuse me if this question was already answered. What spaces, particularly looking at the LAC parking structure, what spaces there have been identified for conversion? Are those like regular unmarked stalls? Are those staff stalls typically, or?
They're a combination of staff and other stalls. A great deal of that first floor is currently dedicated to staff. Once these become EV charging spots, they are open to either faculty, students, or the public. They no longer have priority for staff use.
Okay,
We do believe, though, when we look at the number of spots that we have, and that we're putting 67 stalls in LAC, we think that will be more than enough to accommodate the current demand here. So I don't believe that it would be it would be more than sufficient to accommodate the needs of both students and staff and faculty.
And then how were these particular spots identified for conversion?
Their identification was largely dictated by the installation of the infrastructure by Edison. So you can imagine that it's the further away the spot is from the electrical infrastructure, the more expensive it is to bring that in. And so that's why we are having, there we go. That's why you see it on the first floor. It's both to have a priority and incentive to drive electric vehicles, but it also allows the least cost to have that infrastructure reach those spots. And so that also helped dictate their placage on the first floor at PCC structure, as well as their locations here in the future. You'll see that we don't have these spaces way out in the middle, for instance, of the parking lot surrounding Veterans Stadium. This is nearer Clark. It's near the softball field where there's already electrical infrastructure that will be installed. So the cost is a huge dictator of where we can put these spots.
Also, it allows for easy maintenance from the facility team as well. And as far as Southern California Edison, it allows for them to have access to those charge point stations as well, just in case we do have to do any repair or in the future replace. So it's easy access.
Okay, and then I guess kind of a follow-up. Vice President Drinkwine, you mentioned that the 67 spots should be more than enough to cover the demand. What data do we have that, I guess, predicted or described the demand that we're anticipating for these spots?
Well, first, there are actually new codes for the ratio of electric vehicle charging spots to regular spots, much like we have handicap spots. So this is something that we have to be in compliance with, and so we're following those ratios. But we do know anecdotally from the usage of the solar charging stations that those were at times unavailable to some folks, but it never was overwhelming the demand. And we also know that we can't predict the future. We anticipate greater demand in the future, and at that point we would revisit, and the cost for expanding the number of spots would then be worthwhile. But at this point, this should accommodate our need.
Okay, and then I think one final question. So just from personal experience, I understand that typically, and I'm asking mostly about the LAC structure, because looking here, parking lot 10, I understand is primarily used by staff and faculty, from my understanding, as well as the P2, that's an expansion of parking, so that I don't anticipate that being as much of a problem, but I am concerned about losing 67 potentially spots for our students, because I know that this structure during the peak times of our classes tends to fill up already, and it's hard for our students already to get spots, and I believe that this may potentially be harmful to our students being able to get in, get sufficient parking, and get to class. Do we have any considerations for how we're going to offset that?
It will decrease the amount of spots that are available for regular vehicles for both students, staff, and faculty. The converse relationship to an incentive is that there's a disincentive. So providing this parking for electric vehicles means that there's a natural disincentive for regular vehicles. There is always adequate parking surrounding Veterans Stadium. It is further away from the classroom buildings, but that is likely where some students would have to relocate. That if there were less parking spaces for regular gas vehicles in the parking structure, then the demand would have to be relocated over to the parking lot surrounding Veterans Stadium.
All right. Thank you.
Any additional questions? I'd like to thank you for a very comprehensive and thorough report. Just to make sure there's no misunderstanding, the parking spots don't come with the electric vehicles, right? I just want to make sure. You never know, right? People might think that. You did a great job. Thank you. We're going to move on to item 6.1. This is the consent agenda. Are there any items that anyone would like to pull off the consent agenda? All right, seeing none, I will entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
All right, it has been moved and seconded to approve the entire consent agenda. Any discussion? All right, I'll call for the vote.
Donnell Jones.
Aye.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the consent agenda has been approved in its entirety. Item 6.2 is approval of the consent agenda with items. Madam Secretary, I just want to make sure that we're going to do 6.3 to 6.18 in sum, all of them together.
I think we did all.
Those are all the consent through 618.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Right. 6.1.
So you're at
Oh, I
7.1.
got it. I crossed out the wrong item. My bad.
I think we're at 7.1.
Thank you, Trustee Otto. We're going to go on to academic affairs, item 7.1. This is an action item, revised board policy and administrative regulation 4014, the study abroad residency. And this is asking that the board approve and adopt the revised policy, courses as submitted. This is an action item, so I'll entertain a motion for that.
So moved.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Donnell Jones.
Aye.
Sorry, Madam Chair. Okay. I have to get used to that. All right, we're going to item 7.2, which is it's a first reading of new board policy and administrative regulation 4030, the academic calendar. This is a first reading. Is there anyone, member of the staff, that would like to report on this item? Vice President Scott?
Thank you very much. We previously did not have a policy or a regulation on the academic calendar, and we are required to have one. So that's why we created one. We've just used the league's basic language with our own dates, of course, our own decisions that we've made as an institution. But that's why it's here, is that we needed to be in compliance and have a regulation and policy, and so we've completed one.
Thank you very much. Any additional discussion or questions for Dr. Scott? All right, that is a first reading. That item will return on the September 11th agenda for a second reading and possible action. We're moving on to Section 8 of the agenda, Administrative Services, 8.1. It's an MOU between LBCCD and Compton Community College District and Cerritos Community College District for the development of academic and student support services collaboration. This is an action item, and at this time, before we open up to the motion and discussion, I'd like to defer to staff if they'd like to present any information. Dr. Romali?
Yes. I had a meeting recently, several meetings recently with staff, Dr. Scott, Dr. Munoz, Mrs. Drinkwine, and we met with the presidents of Compton College and Cerritos College, and we admitted that there's so much competition between us that we felt that students deserved a great option at all three colleges. And to that end, there are a number of regional opportunities that might be available to us, particularly in high-cost programs that either we offer or they offer, but according to Title V, there need to be various permissions granted for those students out of district to come to us. And we wanted to kind of break down the barriers between the three districts and allow students an opportunity to take advantage of the best programs. For example, the Linwood Unified School District would like to send their culinary students here. They are in the Compton district. For example, there are many cosmetology students in Long Beach that would like a cosmetology program, but we do not have one, so they would like to go to Compton. So what we want to do, we recognize that there are a number of opportunities like this. These are the first two that have come about. But there are a number of opportunities like this where we might be able to explore with the Chancellor's Office regional consortiums, and we wanted to have the board approve us begin talks on exploring what some of these ventures might look like, what they might cost, what type of Title V impact there might be, if there's any Chancellor's Office discussions that we need to have. Cerritos and Compton have already passed this at board meetings, I believe, either this week or last week. They're super excited to have Long Beach in a regional consortium. It could work much the same way that many regional consortiums work, our Strong Workforce LAOCRC consortium, just a regional consortium so that students have great opportunities to attend these three great colleges.
Any additional information from staff before we go to a motion? All right, I'll entertain a motion on this item.
So moved.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded to accept this MOU between the three college districts. And I'll open it up to discussion on this item. Trustee Ntuk?
Thank you. I saw Jackie going, hold on. Thank you so much for bringing this forward. I know we've discussed it with Dr. Romali for a little while, and I think about this as somewhat of the closest thing we get to a non-compete agreement or a regional trade policy that we're agreeing to exchange students. And in my district, the top three community colleges that students go to is Long Beach City College, Cerritos, and Compton. And so I think it's an opportunity for us to increase enrollment. It's an opportunity for us to really extend the college promise beyond our traditional boundaries. I know I've spoken with the board president at Linwood Unified, who's excited. They've come and done a tour here on campus. They want to formalize a partnership with us, and this is the first step down that pathway. And it's when we think about when we want to serve the students or the community that's most in need, 9805 has the lowest educational attainment, lowest graduation rates, our high school graduation rates, and has the highest need community in the city and in our service area. That's the population center that we say we want to get to that percent of, 44% of folks should have AA degrees. We're going to find them in 90805. And so this is a big step towards helping us serve the community better, extend the college promise, and play nice with our adjacent college districts. So I'm really excited to see this move forward.
Trustee Baxter?
Yeah, I have a question, and Trustee Ntuk, I'm glad you brought this up. When you say extend the college promise, are you talking about the scholarships, or because you're going to have to get an agreement with the foundation, whose obligation right now is the Long Beach Unified School District boundary?
I know the state provides additional money for College Promise.
So that's what you're talking
about. I know other
about.
districts take any high school graduate, not just from a particular school district. I know that we haven't got to that decision point yet, but I think it's probably something on the horizon we could revisit. But that was
Yeah.
my thinking of
I
the,
just don't
the
want to
potential.
plant something in somebody's mind without the funds.
Yeah, this
to
is
pay
the
for it.
beginning, not the decision. Yes, I agree.
It's the beginning.
And it looks like Dr. Munoz.
Just to provide clarification, so currently for the Long Beach College Promise, we're offering 2 years of free college tuition. The first year covered by AB 19 funds, which is the California College Promise, second year by the foundation. And we do provide 1 year of guaranteed free tuition for students outside of our service area through AB 19. So Linwood would currently get 1 year of tuition. So we're reserving the 2 years commitment for Long Beach Unified at this point.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you.
Any additional comments? Yes, Trustee Otto.
Yeah, I hope Mr. Lipton will come back in a minute because I'm interested in why we need a hold harmless and an indemnification clause and what that means in terms of what gets covered.
You must be an attorney.
No, but I watch a lot of movies with attorneys.
I can address
Vice
that.
President Drinkwine.
I can address that. I will say that our contracts team is very thorough, and this is their favorite clause.
Doesn't make it good.
In the event that we, in pursuit of structuring these partnerships, we want to make sure that if we have events at one another's locations, that there is no restriction on how big that gathering has to be. If we want to do some piloting, we wanted to have this in place right from the get-go so that it wouldn't restrict us if we have some larger events as we're trying to finalize these agreements and these types of partnerships.
I guess my only concern is if something happens on one of these other campuses that we have absolutely nothing to do with, do we wind up contributing to the resolution of those problems? And is that a good direction for us to head?
I can speak to a recent experience. It's pretty common when we have our facilities use agreements. For instance, Long Beach Unified when they were using our facilities for graduation, had an injury and we were not responsible. It's very similar in its structure there, so that if our agents or our people were injured someplace else, we're accepting responsibility, but same for them. Yes.
Okay, I just, that's it.
Anybody else? Yes, Dr. O'Malley?
I just want to say thank you and commend the board. I think this is absolutely groundbreaking beyond our dreams. I'm a firm proponent of Brown versus Board of Education and school choice. I think that Title V unnecessarily restricts students in their choice. It tracks them according to where they live, which is geography and socioeconomics. And I don't think that any student should have the right to choose, or I believe that every student should have the right to choose where they go to college, not be tracked into a particular college based on where they live. So I think this is groundbreaking in wonderful ways, and I want to thank you for your support. I'm very proud.
Anyone else? Yes, student trustee?
Just really briefly. So I think this is, at least on the surface level, it looks like a great opportunity for the students in these combined areas to be able to get access to programs that they wouldn't be able to in their home district. The only concern that I do have would be in regards to any kind of, I guess, prioritization or any kind of shortage for the students that are in our district in these programs that may be adversely impacted by students coming from other districts. How would that work, and how would our students be affected by that?
In terms of, you think that possibly students might be negatively affected by the additional students that might come from additional districts?
Right, so say if students coming from Compton were to come in and enroll here, but students in our district would no longer have space to be able to get into classes if they fill up for the culinary program, for example.
I think having extra students is what we call a good problem. So we definitely have growth with the enrollment drop that we've had. We definitely have capacity to take care of these students. And I say come one, come all. I think this is the best college in not only in town, but in the state of California. So if they're going to come here, I'm going to find a space for them to be educated.
Awesome, thank you.
Any other comments? So, student trustee Jones, I agree with your concern and your question, but I also agree with Dr. O'Malley's response that that's a great problem to have. And I personally know students who do not live in the boundary of our district who attend here very willingly and very eagerly. So it is a great problem to have, and we certainly welcome them. I have a couple of procedural questions, and if it hasn't been ironed out, then it's okay. We can defer this some other time. I'd just like to know if a student will be paying tuition at the two other colleges, if they'll be paying one-time tuition, and then I'd like to know if they are attending concurrently here, taking classes there. And then the last question that I have is if students, say, for example, if a student is enrolled at LBCC taking a math class and doesn't do well here, but then goes to Cerritos or Compton and takes the same math class, how does that affect the transcript? What will happen in terms of canceling out that class? So those are 3 questions. I don't know if you need me to parcel them out.
No, you're absolutely, those are excellent questions, and we haven't figured it out yet. There will be a lot of different details that we will need to figure out. We had all of the different vice presidents at the meetings. There's a lot of different intricacies that we're going to need to work out and hash out and agree upon. And this agreement says that we're going to start exploring. We'll probably do some easier ones first that might be beneficial to students, and then tackle some of the more complex ones.
Got it. And because of what we talked about earlier with adjunct, it is very possible that a student will take a class at each of the 3 colleges and have the same professor, because our adjuncts are teaching at all 3 colleges, so that's a very probable possibility. So just be mindful of that. All right, thank you very much. And we do have a motion on the floor with a second. This closes the discussion, so at this time I'd like to call for the vote.
Donnell
Madam
Jones.
Secretary.
Aye.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Well done, thank you. All right, we're going to move on to item 8.2, and this is a follow-up to our staff presentation earlier, electrical vehicle charging fee. This is an action item that the board approve the electric vehicle charging fee as submitted, and we just had a very comprehensive report on that. It's 29 cents for the first hour, $1.50 every hour thereafter. So anything additional from staff, or are we good on that before we call for the motion?
Just to clarify, it's per kilowatt hour?
Oh, sorry, kilowatt hour. That's right. Okay. All right. So at this time, I'll take a motion, please.
Move approval.
Second.
Any discussion? All right, Madam Secretary. Oh, I'm sorry. You're going to have to speak up because I can't hear your hand. So you just get my attention, okay? Thank
Will
you.
do. Yeah, no worries. So just the only concern that I have here about this is, I know that there was the concern about the gift of public funds if we were to decide not to implement a fee. And according to what was in the presentation, as it stands right now, it doesn't appear that we would be in violation of that by not implementing this fee, even though it is, it's open for challenge in court. And so in light of the fact that this does take away, the implementation of these spots could potentially take away from parking for students here, but also the fee could be, I guess, negatively impactful for not only our students, but also our staff and faculty, which would impact our students. I would be against implementing this if we don't have to.
I'll defer that to Vice President Drinkwine if you'd like to respond to that.
Thank you. We are required to install these charging stations at the new lot. If we forego the installation at the existing lots as described, we would be foregoing the value of the Southern California Edison Charge Ready program. It would not be offered again. And my understanding of the legal opinion is that the exemption from the gift of public funds does not apply to us. The legal opinion went on to say that if we offered it free of charge, there's a possibility we wouldn't lose in a lawsuit. However, I would recommend that we charge a fee.
Okay, any additional questions? All right, so let's go ahead and call for the vote. Madam Secretary?
Donnell Jones.
Nay.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the motion carries. So we are going to go on to item 8.3, Revised Board Policy and Administrative Regulation 6009, Bids and Contracts. This is a discussion item and a first reading. I will defer this to Vice President Drinkwine for information, please.
Thank you. This policy aligns with California procurement code that allows us to, under a $175,000 limit, have not a strictly bid process, but still find the best value. That dollar threshold is increased by law. And so what this board policy does is, instead of stating the dollar amount in the policy, it actually refers to the code so that we don't have to continue to chase the dollar amount. So annually, as that threshold is increased, it would automatically be applicable because the policy is referencing the code and rather than the dollar amount.
Thank you very much. All right, this is just a discussion item. Is there any additional discussion from the board members?
I had a question. With this new California contract code change, does this impact I think our delegation of authority for the superintendent president is 175? And I just see the numbers match up the same in the policy. Does it impact that?
The 175, the code allowed effective January 1st, 2019 for it to be increased to 200,000. So the law changes occasionally in recognition of inflation. And so rather than bringing you the board policy that references the exact $200,000 limit, we're reverting to code. So when that happens, again, it will continue to track that increase.
I guess maybe it'd be informative in the future, or if we can update it and just put in parentheses 200,000 so we know. Otherwise, you'd have to know to go where in contract code to look up to know what the limit would be. I don't know if that's possible, even though this is the first reading.
If we reference the dollar amount, even in parentheses, it means that future changes, we'd still have to bring it back to you again in the future for additional updates. So it is as your preference, but if we do more than reference the code, if we put the dollar amount within the actual board policy, we'll still need to continually update the board policy with each action. So alternately, if you didn't want to have the code reference, I would recommend that you have the increase to $200,000, but that does mean that we'll have an effort to bring it back to you, but we're happy to take whatever approach you'd like.
Do you know how frequently it changes? Is
The code?
Yeah.
The code was last, let me look at the reference. The last update was in 2017. So it was 2 years ago. And so it is up to...
Bob has his hand up.
Bob is saying, thank you. I'm glad you saw Bob waving.
Come on up, Bob. Thank you.
Come on down.
Part of the new plaque program. I think we can address your concern when we do the board agenda items. We usually put contracts under 175 or under for approval. Going forward, we can reference the number on the board agenda item so that if this was approved as 6009, it would automatically update every year without reflecting back. But every board meeting, you would get to see contracts at 200,000 or under, and then when it goes up again, maybe in 2 years, contracts 220,000 or under, so you would always be informed of that. That might be a solution to the situation.
Okay. Yeah, I think whatever staff thinks is best. It's just some form of reference beyond. We all don't know what that contract code means when we see it, and it just makes it easier for future references.
Absolutely. And we can certainly provide a report as that public contract code is amended so that we can inform you specifically that effective this date, the limit has been raised. Yeah.
Thanks. Thanks, Bob.
Okay, any additional questions? All right, so this is just a discussion, first reading. It will return on the September 11th agenda as a second reading and possible action item. We will move on to student services. Item 9.1, resolution, support of students experience food and housing insecurity. So I'll defer that to Dr. Munoz for information before we go into this as an action item.
Thank you, Board President. So what you have before you is a resolution in support of our students who experience food and housing insecurity. This resolution essentially has outlined many of the ways in which the college is already currently supporting our students who are experiencing food and housing insecurity, as well as additional measures that we plan on implementing to address these concerns. You also have included, in addition to the resolution, an update that provides you with the most recent efforts in what we're doing to support our students, and this is a joint effort with Vice President Drinkwine as well as with Erin Murphy. So I'll take any questions that you may have.
Anybody have any questions for Dr. Munoz? I have one question. I'm hearing that there's an event happening at PCC on Friday. There's a food donation event. Who is organizing that event, and is that a board scheduled event, or is that a staff scheduled event? And we, I don't know if anybody else has been notified.
Yes, Joshua Castellanos, is he here? He is managing that event, and he is going to be inviting the whole board. I will wait to see if he comes back, and we'll ask him where we are on it. Oh, he's in the back. Okay.
Okay, so I just want to be clear, Dr. O'Malley. Joshua Castellanos initiated an event to have food donation at the PCC campus, or what's happening? And then the board will be invited, and this is the day after tomorrow.
Yes, Josh did not initiate it. My understanding is that the Carpenters would like to have another donation. The Carpenters donated food, I believe about 80 boxes last year. They would again like to donate boxes, and Josh is coordinating that. And if he is hearing this on the TV, maybe he can come on out and tell you his plans, but apparently maybe he isn't.
Okay.
We'll get him for you so that he can answer
No
that for
problem,
you.
and I'll let him jump right in and respond to that. So you would like to have board presence there on Friday?
If you would like to, you're absolutely more than welcome. No invitations have gone out yet, but you will be the first to receive some.
Okay, so I just want to, because it is 2 days away, and I think as a courtesy to everybody's schedule, here comes Josh right now. Joshua, thank you so much. You're coordinating donations of food from Southwest Carpenters this Friday. That's awesome. We love our carpenters. They've done so much for us in the past, and we know that there's an existing relationship there, so we're very proud of that.
Right.
I was just kind of thrown off guard because I keep hearing the PCC campus is in my area, and I keep hearing that there's something happening Friday, but then the board hadn't been notified.
You're correct, and I had hoped that we could actually have an invitation for you on your dais today, but we're actually a little bit behind. We're trying to get the campus community newsletter. We just had, college day. A lot was happening. In fact, we just had to kind of reschedule till this Friday, but it was on my to-do.
Okay. All right. What time is the event?
So it'll be Friday at noon, and what they're going to be doing is bringing about 150 boxes. Oh, wow. And thanks to Trustee Zia, kind of got the email from them. So we're going to kind of do the same thing as last time, where they come, they bring it, and we'll be carting it in, but you'll get more. Yeah, you'll get the
What
actual
time
invitation
is that going to happen?
At noon.
Well, as board chair and as a representative of that part of the district, I will be very happy to be there to accept those boxes on behalf of the district.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And
I'm sorry, go ahead.
We were talking about it, but this is all happening pretty quickly. As far as, like I said, there was a lot that was happening. College day, beginning of the school year, and all that. And we're going to make it happen, though.
Okay, and has the press been notified?
No, they're going to. We're going to put out a press release, and we're also
okay. So there'll be a press release from the college, letting everybody know.
Right.
Just in the future, and I know College Day was fantastic, and everybody was working around the clock. So I get it, but we just need a little bit more notice in that. This is a huge event, and we want a lot of people to be there, and we want a lot of people to support the Carpenters and let them know how much we appreciate it. So we just want a lot of notice.
I agree. In fact, while we were at the board meeting, I'm approving the flyer kind of text that's going to go out to the entire campus. But yeah.
Awesome. Thank you, Josh. Thank
You're
you
welcome.
very
Okay.
much.
I'd like to speak on
Trustee
this.
Zia?
Joshua, thank you for working on such a great, timeline. You guys have so much on your plate. This isn't necessarily to recognize any particular trustee. I happen to have, based on my relationship, they happened to reach out to me and wanted to offer, because this has been a project that Trustee Baxter and I have led. So they just want to do their good deed. They didn't even ask for press. So I don't even know if they'd be what their desire is. They just want to drop off some boxes for our students and make it about our students and make it about the cause. So I understand, and I really appreciate all that you guys are doing, and hopefully we can keep the focus on what's necessary and needed, and for these students that are truly in need of support. And they've been the only source that, from what I understand, that have been consistently giving this large amount of donations. So they didn't ask for any recognition, but certainly if we can give them some love, that would be fantastic.
Absolutely. And I think anytime someone does something great like that, we
they
want to
deserve-
recognize them and let other people know that we do have students that are in need, and there could be other folks that could help us out as well. Or help the
And it
students
would
out.
be lovely if
Yeah.
all the board members can join us, but if their time doesn't allow, they just want to drop off some boxes. So thank you.
Josh, you're very humble, and we thank you for all your hard work, but I do want to publicly acknowledge you so that the board can brag. I want to brag on you a little bit so that the board can know about your wonderful work. Many members of your team pulled all-nighters for 2 and 3 nights straight leading up to college day and the beginning of school. I know because some other members of this dais were pulling all-nighters, and some other members of the audience were coming back at 2:30 in the morning from the Rolling Stones concert to make it all happen. And I know that the board appreciates you very much, and I know that they would like to be aware. You're very humble, but I don't mind bragging on you any day of the week.
Well, I appreciate it, Dr. Molly. I feel lucky. I come here every day, and I think we have a great team, great vision, great staff. I couldn't feel any more lucky. And there's a lot going on, and we try our best to make sure that everybody knows what's happening.
Thanks
But
so
there's so many good things that are happening, and it's not a bad thing, and that's why.
These are all good things.
Yeah.
It's going to be fun.
Awesome. Thank you very much. I think Trustee Untuck wanted to say something.
Yeah, not necessarily Josh, but thanks, Josh. Back to the agenda item of the resolution. I think this is really important that we take a policy position. It's great to have charity and talk about it and do fundraisers, but it's about institutional change, and it's about progressive institutional change, realigning our budgets, realigning our policies, so that as a function of the government agency, we are better serving that student population. And it is an estimate that anywhere from 5 to 20% of students are homeless, couch surfing, sleeping in their cars, at different family members' house, or even on the street, that it's a huge barrier to learning if you're in that situation. And for many students, it's one missed financial aid check away from that happening to them. And I remember my time as a low-income college student. You find creative ways to make ends meet. And so I think it's important that we talk about being hungry on campus and make sure that folks know about the resources that are available. But we got to really do change and not be relying on charity, because we as an institution have the ability, and I think it's a state policy mandate, whether it's opening the showers for folks for clean hygiene, there's more that we can do as an institution that's officially within our governance structure. So I think this is a first step. This is not the panacea solution, but in future contracts and future discussions, why are we doing this? Because the board took a declarative stance that this is the public policy of the institution. And so I know I had a really good conversation with Dr. Molly and bringing this forward, and thank everybody for what they're doing. But this is the beginning that we got to do. We got to do a lot more, because it's a big and increasing problem, not just at the college, but in the community at large with housing and home.
Absolutely, we got to go head on. Yep.
So thank you.
Thank you very, very, very much to everybody who's involved. Trustee Jones, student trustee Jones, sorry.
No worries. Just really quickly, echoing Udok's remarks regarding this resolution and us moving forward with providing for our students in need. As an aspiring qualitative researcher, I really believe that, understanding, or having real life situations to back up what we're doing here is important. And to speak to this being really timely, this past Monday, we had a student actually come over to our ASB office and specifically ask us if we had an office for basic needs, and if we had a basic needs coordinator who would be able to help them with being able to find a place to stay, find a source of food, and other resources to be able to help them continue their education and move forward, but also to live like a human being and live this. So I think this is really great work and really timely, and it's really important that we take a policy stance on this moving forward.
Okay. I just want to point out, when is the basic needs person going to start?
So she started this past Monday.
Okay. Is she going to, perhaps, at my suggestion, interview Trustee Zia and I, who have been working on this for a long time? And we're having a meeting Monday night, and I would love to have some kind of coordination, so we're not duplicating efforts, that we're all working together toward the same goal and the same model. And I'm not trying to boss you around, Dr. Munoz, but I think it's really, really important. For instance, Danelle, anytime any student comes to you, call me or Trustee Zia, and the new coordinator. But if, and I'm not being mean, but if the person does, here's a list, you go find, because what they're going to find out, because I've done it myself, is you call here, you call here, you call here, you call here, and there isn't anything.
Sure.
So that's why if we can have a concerted effort and we can raise money to help, we're willing to do it. So we just need that concerted effort.
I appreciate the comments, and let me assure you, great minds think alike, because following board protocol, spoke with Dr. Amali, and so my intent was to email you next week to set up a meeting to discuss how we could coordinate efforts so that there is an alignment. And so that is definitely in place, as well as we will be, as we begin to develop these new relationships with some of the different resources. One of the big barriers that we're seeing right now with the food banks is because the foundation and the charter of the foundation, it doesn't specifically say serving underserved communities, that we cannot receive food from the food banks. And so many of the community colleges had to redo their articles of incorporation so that they could receive food bank distributions. And so it's really complex work. So I have a lot of different things to update you on, but we will be able to work in that concerted effort.
And I'm sorry, I did not mean to boss you around. I know I should have gone through President Romali, who can boss you around. But we're here together.
She already told me she gave me my marching orders, and she said I needed to reach out to the two of you. So that was definitely set for Monday.
If I may, I want to invite all the trustees to join Trustee Baxter and I, and speaking of institutionalizing this, to start off by, we donate a portion of our stipend to scholarships for the homeless students. And I invite other trustees, if they want to also help with the scholarship fund, there's certainly opportunities to do that.
Thank you, thank you. I've been donating all of my stipend to the journalism scholarships, so it's a little biased because I come from that department. So my monthly meeting stipend has been donated to journalism students. So I really appreciate Trustee Zia's invitation, and it's a very noble one and something we hope to continue doing. Is there any other discussion on this item before we continue? All right, so we're going to call for the question. This is an action item. I do have the resolution in front of me. So, Madam Secretary, please.
We need a motion?
We do. There was a motion. There was a motion and a second.
Oh, I sure don't have it.
No, I don't think there was.
I'll make the motion.
I think it was made by Jeff Kellogg.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second on the floor to adopt this resolution. If that's the case, then we were all out of order because we were asking questions and having discussion. I thought it was just staff discussion, so.
I think I fell asleep.
Mr. Lipton, we should all be called on that. Okay, so we have a motion and a second on the floor. There will be no more discussion because we've already discussed it. So, Madam Chair, please call for the vote.
Darnell Jones?
Aye.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, this wonderful motion
President?
carries.
I did not hear, Trustee Otto, did you make the motion? Because I heard Trustee Zia.
I made the motion.
It was so long ago, I can't
Her
remember
voice was so
if
deep.
I made
Was
it
it
or
you,
not.
Yeah, she did.
Sammy?
Thank you, Trustee Baxter.
I'm sleepy and losing my mind, too.
All right, so now we're going to move on to item 9.2, which is the student transportation update. This is an information item only, and this is Vice President Dr. Munoz.
Thank you. So again, you have before you an update on our Bus Pass pilot program. Since the start of fall, we've expanded our bus pilot program this semester to include up to 1,000 students who would be eligible for the transportation for the Bus Pass. And so there's a brief update as well as a frequently asked questions that's posted online for students for your reference. And so I'll gladly take any questions that you may have.
Can I just say one thing?
Absolutely.
I want to salute Trustee Untook because we have been working on this for years. And I told him when he brought it up, and I didn't believe it would happen, that I would be nice to him for 24 hours. So I'm almost done. But anyway, it's fantastic, fantastic.
Thank you very much, Dr. Munoz. I know that this has been a long time coming, and I know that you and other staff members have worked really hard on this. Was there another comment on this side? Hey, you guys are going to have to speak up. I need to know. Trustee Untuck?
Yes. No, thank you. I know the city budget is yet to be adopted, and there's a proposal for about $350,000 in funding towards bus passes collectively, Long Beach Unified, Long Beach City College, and Long Beach State. Do we know yet how that will be apportioned to us, or?
So my understanding is that the mayor's office will be convening a work group meeting in the coming month, and so we'll have more information when that becomes available.
Okay. And then the other thing, I did notice that the Bus Pass pilot program lacks its full name.
That's right.
We as the maker of the motion, and the board voted to call it the Strong Beach Bus Pass pilot program. I was disappointed to see that it wasn't referenced in our.
I will
release.
make sure.
I got about a dozen phone calls about when's the bus passes coming out, and I was hoping it'd be on there, but it wasn't.
I will make sure that we amend the FAQs as well as when we do our flyers that we add that there. Maybe we can get Josh's team to develop a logo as well.
Great. Thank you.
And then,
Yes. Student trustee?
Just to kind of continue on, again, this is a great opportunity for our students. Personally, this is a great help to me as well. I was actually just received an email stating that I would be eligible to receive one of these passes due to being a member of the EOPS program. And so I'm really grateful that this program is taking place and moving forward. I'm hoping that this is successful and that we're able to maybe build upon and expand in the future. Thank you again, Trustee Untuck, for your leadership on this.
Thank you so much. Well, if I can, and I don't know if you mentioned it, and I think Dr. Romali shared, the demand was half of what we thought. Did we have to issue more?
So we are rapidly approaching the end of our first week, and so we'll have some more concrete numbers. I don't know exactly how many to date we've issued, Marlene, because I know the cashier's been tracking that. But what we can do is send a follow-up communications through Dr. O'Malley that will kind of update where we're at the end of the first week. We have been dispersing passes since August 19th, and so I expect that we should hit close to the target, but we'll have a better indication by the end of the first week.
Was it that we hit target and we were asking for more passes?
I will say that our supply depleted to the point where we called transit and we said we needed more. So they initially gave us 1,000 stickers. They were able to give us an additional 100 stickers and have promised us another big batch within a couple of weeks. So we have not yet run out. We did indicate on our communications to the students that there were a limited amount immediately available, but we are prepared to continually give them to all eligible students as long as there is the demand, which is part of the purpose of the pilot. It's not just the sticker itself, but then it's tracking the actual ridership that will determine the cost, but we are happy to continue to give them to all eligible students.
Thank you very much. Anything else on that item? So, question on that. It's an information item, but will it return to the board? Is that an ongoing fluid item? Will we ever need to vote, take action on that?
What we did is we had indicated that all of the major projects would receive updates when we had them, ideally monthly, but if we didn't have them, we would wait till we had an update. This one is considered concluded in terms of its action, but we will bring regular reports back, perhaps semesterly, in terms of how are things going, what kind of bragging numbers can we have, because it's sounding like these are going to be some real bragging numbers and bragging rights. And we'll bring that to you, probably I think on a semesterly basis might be a good idea.
No problem. Thank you. And there's no need to vote on that. Okay. All right. So we're going to move on to our reports. We're going to start with our Academic Senate President, item 10.1.
Good evening. Thank you. I was able to join fellow Academic Senate presidents at the statewide Academic Senate California Community Colleges Leadership Institute in Sacramento recently. It was a wonderful opportunity to work with colleagues and meet the representatives of Area D, to which Long Beach City College is a part of as a regional group. Many terrific workshops were held, and we even had a meeting with the chancellor and his staff, many are who used to work at Long Beach City College, so it was fun. As you are aware, faculty professional development falls under the purview of the Academic Senate. One of our most fun activities is the new faculty orientation. The college welcomed 14 new faculty this fall, and they were all able to participate in this summer's orientation. On Wednesday, August 14th, we spent the day on the Liberal Arts campus, and on Thursday, August 15th, we spent the day on the Pacific Coast campus. Workshops were held, campus tours were given, and lots of helpful information was disseminated. It's a wonderful group of folks, and they are excited to be at Long Beach City College, and they are anxious to champion the success of our students. You will have an opportunity to meet all of them at the September 11th board meeting. Many individuals to thank, but in particular Dr. Kathy Scott and Dr. Mike Munoz for helping us kick off the first morning of orientation. Dr. Amali joined us the next day on the Pacific Coast campus. The new cohort is still talking about how they can't believe they had you all to themselves for a morning. It was the highlight for them, so I thank you for the generosity of your time. The Management Association, under the leadership of Aaron Murphy, hosted the lunch at the LAC campus, and the Faculty Association, under the leadership of Diana Ogamachi, hosted the lunch on the Pacific Coast campus. A very special thank you to our own Senior Office Assistant, Catherine Conchata, who we lovingly refer to as Catherine the Great, for all of her work behind the scenes for the 2 days, and it flowed so smoothly. It was wonderful. As mentioned earlier, on Tuesday evening, October, I'm already wishful thinking, August 20th, Dr. Scott hosted an orientation for the adjunct faculty. I attended on behalf of the Senate and shared the particulars of their individual contractual obligations for Flex. The highlight of the evening, as Karen mentioned earlier, was the presentation by adjunct faculty to their peers on best teaching practices. Congratulations, Dr. Scott and her team. It was a very successful event. This year's College Day was special in many ways. For those of us who call the Pacific Coast campus home, it was a treat to welcome everyone to PCC. Much has changed on campus since the last time PCC hosted College Day. Buildings have been remodeled, the landscaping is beautiful, classrooms have the latest technology, and the trades areas are ready to open their doors once again. While there was much to celebrate as a campus, listening to the updates from management made it clear that there is much to celebrate as a college. Classified staff, adjunct faculty, tenured faculty, and administration have worked incredibly hard this last year to address budget deficits, dropping enrollment, diversity and equity issues, lagging success rates and completion ratios, and curriculum implications due to AB 705. It was evident by the presentations, certainly by Dr. Scott and by Dr. Munoz, that we have met these challenges head on, and we've made amazing progress as a college team. All of us should be proud for the work, for a job well done, and going forward, we should let those accomplishments inspire us to continue the great work that was begun last year as we go into this academic year. Thank you.
That was an excellent report, Jerry. Thank you very much. Item 10.2, Classified Senate President.
Hello. Tonight, rather than delivering a regular report, even though that was fabulous, I wanted to talk about some of the conversations that we've been having lately, and I'm going to be a little self-indulgent. In my 26 years as an LBCC colleague, I've never seen such enthusiasm, sense of purpose, and sheer devotion to our constant state of improvement. There's a new focus on who our students really are, and we now have the tools to discover where they came from, what they need, and how to serve them. And on college day, during the vice president's reports especially, I looked around and I saw administrators, faculty, and classified professionals excited and fired up by this onslaught of positive change. Many colleagues, including myself, are participating in changes we have dreamed about for years. Whether it's a Chancellor's Office initiative, new technology, or the influence of the many new incredible colleagues that have joined us in the last few years, we embrace it. The Classified Senate will continue to work on ensuring that our classified professionals are well-informed, engaged, and remembered as equal partners during this exciting time. But what we're really thinking about is what really matters is creating a collegial atmosphere where all members of the college community are treated with respect. We also have better opportunities for relationships with our statewide colleagues and colleges in the local area, something my own department has done in the last few years, and something was one of the things I always dreamed about, visiting our counterparts at local colleges. And our department being directly involved in a statewide initiative has been an incredible experience. It's an exciting time to be a colleague in the California community colleges. And to paraphrase something Dr. O'Malley once told us, what we do in the largest institution of higher learning in the world can change the world. Thank you.
Cece, that was beautiful. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Those are great words. All right, item 10.3, Board of Trustee reports. Trustee Otto, do you have a report you'd like to share?
Say welcome back, everybody. It's the beginning of a school year, which is always a very exciting time, and you can sense it on campus. I want to compliment Dr. O'Malley on College Day, which I think was a great home run in many, many different ways, over the top and understated at the same time. So it was great, and given the lateness of the hour and all we did, I'm going to stop.
Very good, thank you. Trustee Antuk?
No report.
Trustee Baxter?
Oh, of course I have a report. First of all, I do want to congratulate President O'Malley and all the hardworking staff for a fantastic college day. I was not there, but I was there in spirit. And I was sending all my very good wishes. And one of the things I wanted to point out is that if you looked at the video, which our wonderful communications department put out, two of the things that the people said when they were interviewed, that we have a friendly campus and a clean campus. And that both has to do with, I believe, the classified staff, number one, because if they aren't there doing their work, we don't have a beautiful campus. And I think lots of times they don't get enough credit for that. And then number two, friendliness, I think that means everybody. And It's so important when somebody walks in the door, especially if they've never been to college before, that we all are friendly, and I truly believe we are the friendliest place, and a lot of that has to do with the welcome centers and the fact that there's a sign out that says welcome and signs that say ask me. So I really want to salute you and your leadership for doing that. Now I got to go into my sales pitch. Okay, the art department is having the 5th biennial art exhibit from September 12th to the October 12th. Opening night is I better take off my glasses so I can read, September 14th from 5 to 9. Now, while you're there on September 14th, you can go, no, it isn't September 14th, September 19th. You can go to El Pollo Loco and help benefit the Library Learning Resources Associates. This El Pollo Loco is in Lakewood, but it's not the one on Paramount. It's the one going that way, and I don't remember ever seeing it, so I'm going to go check it out myself. But the Library Learning Resources Associates raises money for, obviously, for the library, the learning centers, and they do a super job. So please go out and support them. Also, I thought it was really good that there was signage up. If you qualify for a free bus pass, go to the Welcome Center. Now, it said LAC. Is it only at LAC? So both campuses. Okay, so go to the Welcome Center if you want to sign up for a bus pass to all the public that's listening. Then, I can't believe this, there are openings at the Pacific Coast Campus Child Development Center, which is a fabulous, fabulous program. And if you have young children between the ages of 3 and 5, send your children there, and and learn parent education. Then on September 13th, Friday, September 13th, there will be a celebration of life for Joan Zuckerman. During the summer, I announced this. It's from 11:30 to 2 in D104, and Joan was a life science department head and longtime faculty member there. And then President Malauulu, I would like to ask, and Jerry Florence may be surprised by this, that we close the meeting in memory of Sterling Clayton. Sterling Clayton, well, Doug, you would know Sterling. Right, yeah. Sterling Clayton was a remarkable man. He happened to be a personal friend of mine. He went to Long Beach City College in 1946, received an Ebell Club scholarship for $50, and he said that changed his life. He went on to Stanford, graduated from Stanford. I don't know where he went to law school, but he said the teachers at Long Beach City College changed his life. Now I'm going to cry. Anyway, he went on to become a very successful attorney. He was president of the foundation. He's in our Hall of Fame, and may he rest in peace.
Thank you very much, Dr. Baxter. We are honored to adjourn in his memory. Trustee Zia, do you have a report? Okay, I have a couple of brief items I'd like to report. First of all, welcome everybody to this academic year. Hopefully you had a great, restful summer. There are 2 events that I'd like to just wholeheartedly commend staff on. Fantastic, incredible work all across the board. On August 6th, our campus hosted a United States Senator, as many of you know, with Senator Bernie Sanders his campaign chose our campus to host a rally. We hosted, I believe it was 5,400 students. That's a rough estimate. Excuse me, not students, attendees, and with no incident. It was a very well-organized, well-orchestrated event. The campus was beautiful. It was clean. Everything flowed smoothly. I'd like to commend the communications team for the branding. That was very visible. LBCC everywhere. T-shirts, students behind the senator. Regardless of what your political views are, we are a public institution, and we welcome the opinions of varying political sides. And I know that we have hosted presidential candidates in the past, and we hope to do so again in the future for whatever other campaign or platform is out there. We just want to expose our students to that. Dr. Romali, you and your team, the administration, facilities, wow. I mean, it was just incredible. Just that August 6th event, and we were dealing with a lot of external factors because we weren't actually hosting it, so to speak, but we had to coordinate with the campaign and the campaign staff and security. So it was a multi-pronged event, and it was fantastic. I would also like to commend our Long Beach Police Department for the tremendous work that they did in keeping our campus secure. It was said that night that this was the safest place to be in the LBC. And we got an incredible tour of the command center. And I know that we were going to have a guest today, a special guest. I won't blow that one. I kind of spilled the beans early yesterday. But we were going to have a special guest tonight, but unfortunately there was a schedule conflict, so that special guest will be here at a future board meeting. But just incredible, fantastic. I was very proud of every single person. I can't say it enough. Last Friday was College Day, and Cece, everything you just said, I want to just reiterate. There is a renaissance happening on this college campus. There is an awakening of enthusiasm and energy. I see it, I feel it. It's not just with the faculty and staff and the administration, but the students. There just seems to be, when you walk the campus, I was actually on campus yesterday and I was on campus today, and I could feel it. I could feel the enthusiasm and the energy. Perhaps it's that new school year. Maybe in a couple of weeks it won't be as palpable, but it was certainly very palpable the last couple of days, right? Everybody's got on their back to school new clothes. But it's just amazing to see all the things that are happening. I've never seen morale on this campus higher. And I understand that there are issues that we're working with in different departments and we're working through, and that's okay because everybody is still having a say and they have a seat at the table and they're able to air out those concerns and we're able to work together because really what we want is we want to make sure that this college continues moving forward. I loved everything about College Day, by the way. It was fantastic. But my favorite part was that I'd never seen a College Day have a theme before, and I loved the theme of Explore. Whoever's brainchild that was, I'm gonna guess it's Josh, because Josh always has these great ideas, but maybe it was somebody else. Was it Jeff? Okay, so Jeff is like, wait a minute, I have good ideas too. So College Day happening at PCC campus, that's in my area that I represent, and I love the theme of Explore PCC because sometimes we feel like that wicked stepchild, right? We feel like the redheaded stepchild where we don't get the love on the PCC campus. So the fact that we had College Day there, the theme of Explore, everybody was in costume. We all had a different Explore theme happening with what we were wearing. It was just fantastic. My favorite was Vice President Scott. She was Dora, the Explorer. And it was just great. The costume, backpack, everything. She had the little, what's the monkey's name? Boots. She had Boots the monkey. She had the map. My kids grew up on watching Dora, so I was like, I know you're Dora, because you got the whole shebang. Yes, in the movie. So just to everybody who is a part of this college family, from the administration, all constituent groups, faculty, staff, just everybody, every department. Wow, what a great start. Just amazing. So have a great year, everybody. And with that, we're going to move on to item, oh, and by the way, I usually post a picture in my report, but I'm not posting pictures because the picture I would have posted is in this campus community bulletin, and it's the picture of the Explorer at PCC. That's the only picture I would have shared, and of course the Bernie Sanders picture. But thank you, everybody. All right, we're going on to 10.4. Do we have any item to discuss with board travel?
I do.
Trustee Untuck?
Yeah, I had a question for Jack Lipton on our policy and administrative regulations. And I don't know if you have them available, but I was reading policy 2017 and administrative reg 2017 on board education, where it says the participation in ongoing education and professional development is in that board policy. And then administrative reg says that it's designated, it's a superintendent president's responsibility for administration. I know we have conferences coming up this year and trying to figure out trainings. What is your interpretation of that regulation as it applies to education, professional development, and travel for conferences?
You know, I'm sorry, Trustee Ntug, I don't have the language in front of me. I can't really
I don't
comment
have
on
the
it.
language in front of me. Historically, for the last 2.5 years, the board approves where they want to travel, CCLC, ACCT, and then I approve all of their expenditures afterward. But I don't have it in front of me. That's been past practice. We can get it up for you, though. It might jog your memory a little bit while we're...
Yeah, I just
We
bring
can
that up
pull it up.
because I was unaware that the board would vote on who would go to travel and what conferences. We did have a lot of discussion last year about travel, but in my reading of it, it's up to the superintendent president to administer 2017. I know we did the policy. I don't know how much the administrative reg changed recently. But
Trustee Ntug, your questions on the administrative regulation?
Well, to me, I see them as two peas in a pod, pairing together. There usually is a policy and an adjoining administrative regulation. So when I read Policy 2017 on board education, it says every board member is supposed to participate in ongoing education and professional development. It doesn't say about a board vote or an allocation or what constitutes. I mean, there it goes in detail about policy and board governance and so forth is in the second half of the policy, but in the administrative reg, the first part of it, 2017.1, says this is administered by the superintendent, or the superintendent president is responsible for the administration. So I was just trying to get clarity. I don't recall voting for approving people to go to conferences in the past.
I don't think it's appropriate for the superintendent to pick and choose who goes to conferences and what conferences. They're my bosses, and I don't think it's appropriate for me to say whether they can or cannot go to a conference.
When I read Trustee Ntug 2017.1 administrative regulation, my presumption would be that the administration that the superintendent president does is purely, I wouldn't say clerical, but processing the travel that the trustees have taken in terms of processing reimbursements, making sure their travel arrangements are made, et cetera. Those are not things that trustees would need to do themselves, but when I read they're responsible for administering the regulations, I don't see that as a decision-making authority, if that's what the question is. I see that, and I think I've pointed out before that the regulations in the 2000 series, in my view, are within the jurisdiction of the board itself, as opposed to other administrative regulations.
So I guess it'd probably be good to agendize a future item to kind of delineate who's going to go to what this year. I know there's something in San Francisco for the national trustees, so ACCT.
We do. We have ACCT coming up. We have CCLC in typically November and January.
Yeah.
Haku, not too far behind that. There's a couple, yeah.
Well, it would be up to the board itself to determine budgetary issues and allocation of funds to trustees. That would be obviously a board function.
Okay. Because I went to all the new trustee stuff last year, but I was supposed to, or the policy says the new trustee goes to the new trustee training, which I did, but I didn't know how it got approved. Or I don't recall it being approved at the board.
It's Jackie Hahn, the board secretary, provides a calendar of the events that are sort of pre-approved, and that's on there. All the CCLC trainings are already on there, and perhaps you can speak to the other trainings that are already on there that are approved in a batch.
And you also got recently notified from the league on upcoming in Riverside.
Right.
Virginia Baxter, Dr. Baxter is attending. She let me know that, but I hadn't heard from anyone else.
Is that November?
November.
Yeah.
In Riverside.
Yeah, so
So
Jackie
I'll
sent,
send you an updated list tomorrow, or the current list, or just to
That'd be
remind
good.
you
Yeah, I don't,
again. and-
Yeah, she
I might have
sends,
missed
like-
it in all my emails.
Oh, it's okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, that'd be great if you could send
yeah,
it.
she sends out every year a list of all the different ones that are automatically approved that you guys go to every year, the CCLC.
It's
I
the
think
standard
The
ones.
standard
If
ones, the
there's anything
ACCT.
extra,
If there's any, and you guys
that would be
approve them.
different.
Yeah, if there's anything extra, you
We
guys
would have
decide
to-
what you want to do, like Haku or whatever you want to do.
Okay.
It's
All right,
fine.
thank you for the clarification.
Sure.
Anything else on item 10.4, board travel? All right, item 10.5, do we have any trustee committee reports? The only thing that I would like to do under trustee committees is I would like to direct the facility subcommittee meeting to meet sometime before September 11th. This was a request that I had back in June that still hasn't happened, and we're at the end of August. So we're going to, before September 11th? Yeah, so we're going to have a facility subcommittee report come out and meet about the student workforce agreement. All right, anything else under trustee committees? All right, so do we have any public comments on non-agenda items? Seeing none, at this time, we do have to go into a second closed session. However, I'm going to adjourn the public component of this meeting just to let all of you off the hook and the staff. I will not come back out and report on any action. In fact, Madam Secretary, can I defer reporting of any action to the next meeting? Is that allowable? Okay. Does that get us off the hook in case there is action? Would I be able to defer that to a future meeting, the future meeting? It's not action?
Trustee Malauulu, if there is action that the board takes in closed session that's reportable under the Brown Act, then it needs to be reported right after the board meeting. But not every action that the board takes is reportable under the Brown Act.
Okay, got it. Okay, so we are going to adjourn the public section of the meeting and go into closed session. I will not come back out, so you guys are all off the hook. But just so you guys know, it is 9:44 and I'm adjourning this meeting. The next regular meeting of the Board of Trustees will be held on September 11th, 2019, right here. Closed session at 4:30, open session at 5:30, and we adjourn tonight in memory of Mr. Sterling Clayton. Thank you all.